Right. Okay. Just trying to get it back again. That's not it. You're a part of an experiment now. Right. You're a part of an experiment now. Still rubbish. The same. There must be something to do with this computer.
Lauren.
It's my computer. Must be.
Lauren.
Yeah?
I do have to leave at 9 o'clock, so you know.
Okay, okay.
It might be best to, if you want to sort it later so we can have more time to talk, you know.
Yeah, as I say, I have to test it with someone on. And as I say, they're not, it's just a complete waste of time. But yeah, I think it's good enough to do a quick interview anyway.
Yeah.
But it's a really annoying, squeaky thing. And, you know, and it's not really fair on the audience. But this is the problem with Restream. They don't fix anything. You know, they take your money and they don't fix anything, so, which is typical. Right. Right. Just quickly want to, can you hear it on your end?
No, my end is actually fine, yeah.
Okay, so now I'm just going to check on here. What's the time? Oh, it's 8:30. Okay. Well, we get half an hour. Right. It could be because the mobile is too close to the phone, the computer. It's not that bad on here. It's not that bad on here. Okay. Right. So it's lovely to have you back, and I just want to. Can you hear me? We've got Manuel Trangos. Yesterday was a very exciting interview. I had an interview with Joey Wells, who is the guy who was with Bill Haley. Oh, we talked about this. You don't know who. See you later, alligator. You don't know who that is. Oh my God, you don't know. You're too young. And we had this conversation before.
I'm Gen Z generation, so probably no.
Your parents must know who Bill Haley in the comics.
No, actually, because they're from Bulgaria, so they don't know any culture here in England.
But truly, but did they not dance rock and roll when they were younger?
Nah, not at all. No. Actually, no. They do know the bangers. They might know. Yeah.
But that was Bill Haley and the Comets. So, and you do know that I'm on.
Yeah. I thought of something else. Yeah, they probably heard of it if it was like a big banger.
Yeah. Anyway. Well, they were the most famous rock band in the 60s ever. So.
In the 60s?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if they knew it then. Yeah.
Right. Okay. But you see, this is the age gap thing, but anyway, I interviewed him and he was brilliant. It was brilliant. Quick interview.
Oh, wow. You actually interviewed him. That's big.
Yeah. And wow. he loves the song. It's on here, you know. But getting back to, I just want to talk to you about your Christmas. How was your Christmas? Because it would be nice to hear someone, you know, did you celebrate it with Vlad? Oh, it's Vlad's birthday, isn't it, today?
Oh, yeah, it is Vlad's birthday, yeah.
Ah, you're not together? You're not in the same
we can't be tier 4, you know.
Oh, I thought you lived near each other.
Yeah, we do, but tier 4. And
I don't know anything about that. I don't talk about it. I don't understand it.
Oh, tier 4 is just if you actually visit other people, you're in risk of fine
catching something that doesn't exist. Yeah.
Catching some fists from the police. Yeah. But other than that, so Christmas was
Yeah,
actually very chill. You know, you said your Christmas was just you alone with the computer, like any
yeah,
other
it was
day. It was empty. It was normal.
yeah.
It wasn't
Martin came
anything
over, gave
still.
me dinner, and then he went. That was it. The whole.
Oh yeah,
That's it. It's just me,
it
the
wasn't
computer, and the
anything
cat.
spectacular at all.
Nothing,
So the
nothing,
Christmas for me was the same,
nothing.
except I'm grateful that I was with my mum and dad. So
Yeah,
we had the exact thing. However, we
it's
did have a
nice.
dinner. We sat around the table, and then me and my dad watched The Hobbit on our TV. So that was
Okay.
it
No
was
Hobbit.
a cinema night. But overall, it was a lazy, unproductive day. But it
Yeah,
was chill. It was chill.
yeah,
So that's how
yeah.
mine was. Yeah.
That was nice. Did you, in Mexico, my friend Yasmin
Mm.
she went to church on Friday night.
Mm.
I'm getting
Interesting.
confused with the days. Christmas Eve. What? Today's Sunday, isn't it? You see, I'm
Yeah.
completely out of it. I haven't got a clue what day it
Today
is.
is Sunday. Yeah.
I'm completely. It's so confusing, especially because my body clock is upside down, inside out because I work.
Mm.
I'll be working now, streaming probably till about 7, 8 a.m. in the morning. Then I go to bed. If sometimes I go to bed, sometimes I don't. I haven't got a clue what day it is. I don't because and so but Christmas.
Mm.
I don't know, for some reason I keep thinking it was Friday night. Was it Friday night? Christmas Eve? It was Friday night,
Yes.
wasn't it?
Yes.
No. It's today Sunday. Sorry.
Yeah.
Right. So Boxing Day
So
was Saturday. Christmas was
so
Friday.
yeah. No. Christmas Eve is Thursday.
Yeah, you're right. It was Thursday.
Yeah. That makes more sense, doesn't it?
Completely wrong.
Even
Completely
I was
wrong
confused.
clue. So
Yeah.
anyway, I want to talk to you a little bit about any advice because, as I said, you're way beyond your years in wisdom, and a lot of us are struggling at the moment, myself included, well, because we can't get our loved ones and our friends to even listen to us. I
Hmm.
don't want to talk about what it is because we'll get cut off because we're not living in a democracy anymore. This is not a free world at the moment. But
It's a
what I want to
dictatorship.
talk to you is about, first of all, your family, your parents. Are
Mm.
they open minded enough to understand what's really going on in the world, or because I know you are, and I know Vlad are, because we have these big conversations, and we know.
Mm.
But what about your parents? I know that they have a very strong religious belief, like yourself. That's true, isn't it? Because you said that in
Hmm.
the interview you did. But do you have any struggle at all with any members of your family or your friends? That's the
Definitely.
first question.
Yes.
And then the
100%.
second question is, how do you stay sane? Okay. Right, okay, so I'm going to pin you. I'm taking myself off.
So these are great questions, Laura. And the first one is short and sweet, 100%. Um, 100% everyone in my family is closed-minded, but not in the arrogant sense, in the sense that every single one in my family has such a strong will, it is impossible almost to convince them of anything that is foreign information to them. What they must do, and this is my older brother, my mum, and my father, they must, if they are willing to believe it, go and find it out for themselves in order to accept it. And I am exactly the same. That is why our family is very difficult. We have a lot of fights in a good way. Like we're very imagine four people that make up a family completely opinionated as each other and strong-willed leaders. Put that all in one house, and all you will have is people taking opposite sides. So that's my family. So yeah, definitely, they have to find the information for themselves. Your mic is muted, by the way.
That must be very difficult for you, Manuel,
Well,
because you're living with them, and I'm on my own, so I don't have to struggle that way with anybody. As I say, I'm continuously on WhatsApp with my sister now in Israel, and it's 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 breaking my heart because she's just won't listen. I mean, I was trying to tell her about China. Again, China's a country, I'm allowed to say that word. But I was trying to explain to her because I think nearly everyone you talk to. Even last year before, I remember sitting down to the Christmas table, and my in-laws were talking about, threats from there, and everybody knows it, and yet she's making fun of me and saying, "Oh, when they come to get you, make sure that this, and it's very demeaning, and it's
Yes,
very
quite
not
insensitive.
just demeaning, but I keep saying, I warned my sister years and years ago to be careful with her daughters when they brought out a certain needle, okay, for young women. I said to her, don't give it to them, please. I know my intuition is so strong. I've done my research. I've been into this stuff for 20 years. I know, I've researched, and don't give it to them because they won't be able to have children. Guess what happens? Not one of them can have a child. And so she gets back to me and she says, and I said to her, you didn't listen, did you? And why? Surely after something so important, nothing. She said, oh, me and my friends, we all know the truth, and, yada, yada, yada,
Yeah.
and we're not listening. And your heart just goes, oh my God, Manuel, it's like whoosh. This is my sister. I only have one blood sister. That's it. Mum and dad are gone. Everyone.
Hmm.
Oh, this is really hard.
Oh, I'm really sorry.
We're only starting to talk again after 5 years now of not having any communication whatsoever because of the way things were when my dad died. And I'm trying to just, well, basically try to stop her from getting sick. She's already had cancer and pneumonia. She's had a lot of issues. And I said to her, you're vulnerable. But they just won't listen. And to me, that's, everyone I talk to lately are saying that their families won't listen. And it's like you're putting it in their face, Emmanuel. You're putting it in their face. Just look, just like I say, just have a look. Okay, you may never have had, as I said, chocolate ice cream, but you might like it if you taste it.
Mm.
The body might say, people used to say, oh, I hate salads. Have you even tasted what a salad tastes like? I ordered an organic box. I'm so grateful, from Abel and Cole. They're a company that bring organic food to the door, and they brought fennel and beetroots and tomatoes and all organic, and I cut it all up with lemon and salt, and I made this delicious salad, and I ate it, and I thought to myself, people would rather eat a pie with, that it's got no nutrients. They don't know what a salad is, a real salad, like a
Mm.
Mediterranean. You know what a Mediterranean salad is. In Bulgaria, do you have salads? I mean, that's something, nice. Do you make those nice big
Oh,
salads?
yes, of
You
course.
know what I mean? And you don't know what it takes. You won't want chocolate again. You want a salad. You would choose. And yet they won't even try it. Like, try a salad. Try, like Martin's the same. Martin is a worry. He's lost so much weight. And,
Mm.
and he won't listen. And just when he was living here, salads and smoothies, and God, I'm scared. Manuel, I'm scared. I am really scared. I'm scared that we're going to be saying goodbye to a lot of people. As I said, I have to be careful how I say this. But yes, I believe in God. I believe in love. I believe that we are here, and in a situation you do have casualties, but because it's all about what's inside of you. If your body is a temple, your body, you've been given this in order to come here and do a job, and you should be grateful for this because it worked so hard. It worked so hard. I mean, it's a perfect, incredible, intelligent machine, isn't it?
Mm.
You have to look after it the same way as you look after your car. You will oil your car, you will give your car water, you will put beautiful um, things that it needs, you'll MOT it, whatever. Why do you think that this is any different? But people are just not getting it. And the only answer they need is look, see this, like the same way as if you're MOTing your car. If you're putting good petrol into it, it needs petrol, it needs water, it needs, or else it won't go. It needs fixing here, there, and if it creaks. This is this is the
That's a good
same.
analogy. I like that.
Yeah. Why are they so, it's like, oh, my car, my car. But why can't they see, when they're at, when you get a diagnosis, like years and years ago, I had a blood test, and I remember when my body suddenly became important because I thought I was sick. Yeah. And so, oh my God, my body is important now.
Mm.
But is that what's going to happen to some of these people? Is that they're going to have to be brought down to their knees, literally, to see that this thing, if you don't look after this thing, then you can't be here anymore. Anyway, I'm talking a lot because I'm very emotional about this, and I'm very emotional
Passionate.
about this. I've done years and years of research, and I know what works and what doesn't.
Mm.
And I never ever thought we'd get to a point where I would have to see my loved ones, I mean, those that are left, because it's just my sister and my nieces now, choose a different direction, even though history has already shown us. Again, that's another thing, Emmanuel. I'm a Jew. We're all Jewish. We all grew up with what happened in the Second World War. It happened.
Mm-hmm.
You can't deny it. So why don't they think it could happen again? Why? This is what gets to me as well, is the minute this started, I knew, and I thought, oh, hang on a second, it's happening again. So anyway, I'm very emotional about it, and I need you to come in with your wisdom and tell me, how do we stay sane? Apart from eating healthy, drinking water, not watching the news anymore, just literally cut that thing out and watch moving on TV. We need to give people, if there's anyone on here that is questioning, they took away Christmas.
Mm.
This is something nefarious and cruel now, all right? You need to start thinking a little bit differently outside that box. So, in a minute, I'll give you a chance to talk.
Oh,
So,
no, no,
that
don't
person,
worry.
what would you say? I mean, I know your religion keeps you strong, and Jesus taught us everything. I mean, I study Jesus. I study A Course in Miracles. Jesus tells you to love yourself first, because you cannot love anyone until you love yourself, and because we're all connected anyway, it bounces back on you. So what you give, you receive. But he always told you that you are your own doctor. You are your own healer. You don't go out there and create idols and look at other people and say, fix me. And now we're at the precipice, big word, Lauren, where you can't go and ask someone to fix you, not emotionally and not physically, because they don't know what they're doing or they don't care. You have to do it yourself through changing your diet, your meditation, your attitude, doing what you love. Anyway, I'll shut up now because I want your wisdom. So, because I'm struggling with it, and I know a lot of pain is coming, and there's not much I can do about it, because I'm human, and the grief is going to be intense, unbearable, intense pain, and I'm scared. I must admit that part. So I'm staying in the moment, in the now. So what do you do, Manuel? I'm going to
Wow.
mute myself now, right? Because I won't stop talking.
First of all, Lauren, thank you so much for sharing all of that. It's clear that you know what you're talking about, and you're talking about real things that people don't talk about. No wonder you have so many people coming at you. It's because people love, and by people I mean the world, let's say, loves darkness. The Bible talks about the people, Lauren, who love darkness so much they fled from the light, from the truth. So when they hear people sharing the truth, they must censor them. Why? Because they love darkness. So no wonder. No wonder, people coming at you like this. Now, your question is, hi, hi Cara. I hope I'm saying your name right as well. And hello, Mark, as well. Thank you guys for engaging. I know Mark from last time as well, so it's good to see you engaging once more. So, otherwise, Lauren, your question is, how do I stay sane? In other words, how do I have peace? Well, I'll tell you the truth. I have incredible peace in the midst of everything. For me, I don't experience lockdown. I don't experience social distancing. I don't experience COVID-19. I live a transcendent, I don't want to sound overly spiritual because it's not, it's actually practical. I live an amazing, peaceful life. Why? I'll give you the antidote which you can apply right now. And I'm not even going to lie to you. The antidote is the word of God. Don't let that sound overly spiritual to you because it's really not. The word of God, which is the Bible, it's not even about religion. Forget religion. Just the word that proceeds out of the mouth of God, which has been written down, is the Bible. And guess what it says? Listen to this. It's very interesting. The Bible says, I, God talking, will keep you in perfect peace if you stay your mind on me. Did you catch it? I'll rephrase. It says, if you stay your mind on God, meditating on Him, He will keep you in perfect peace. That's what the Bible says. Now, the answer to all of life's questions, challenges, and struggles is God. If that is true, follow me here. If that is true, then in the Word of God, which is His thoughts, His opinions, His plans, His heart, His personality, in the Word of God, which is the Bible, are all the answers to life's problems. Now, here's the answer to real anxiety. People say, I'm so anxious, I don't want to be anxious, but they don't do what God said they should do. Then they wonder why they're anxious. God simply said, stay your mind on me, and I am faithful to keep you in perfect peace. If you want peace, seek God. If you want peace consistently, stay your mind in God. Get a relationship with Him through His word, and He will keep you in peace. And that's the peace I have. I can testify of it. It's real. And I'm not talking to you just about tranquility. It's deeper than that. Listen to me. The peace that God gives you when you stay your mind on Him is something spiritual. It's where it's peace indescribable. You can't explain it. It's so good and deep. That's what I live. So I'm not stressed. I'm not anxious. I live a peaceful life. Why? Because I'm rooted and grounded in the peace of God. So that's the antidote. That's the remedy. If you don't like hearing this, then that is a problem. Because anything else you seek that gives you momentary peace will only give it to you for the moment, but will never, ever, ever be the peace which your heart is yearning for, which is the only peace that God brings. I'll conclude with this.
Wow.
Every single person in
So,
this world, God created every single person on this planet with a hole in their soul. Now, that hole is only meant to be filled with God Himself, with His love, with His agape love, the one that transcends scientific understanding and knowledge. However, people refuse God. You see, like I said earlier, they love the darkness too much. They ran to the darkness away from the light. And they started trying to fill that hole, which is the void in every single heart, with things like pleasure, money, relationships, anything, possessions, anything else other than God. Yet nothing can ever fill it. That's why you have celebrities killing themselves, because they have everything this world has to offer, but nothing fulfilled the God-shaped void in their heart. That is why you could be the poorest man on earth. God fulfills his and satisfies, and he will feel like the richest man when that happens. If you're the richest man on earth, that void will only be satisfied with Jesus. That is why the only answer to any single problem you have is God.
Okay, I'm going to come back in there a second.
Of course.
Thank
I'm
you.
done. I'm done as well.
You absolutely stunning. I'm in awe of you. You know, the way you speak and the things you say. I totally agree with you. Until you said, because to me Jesus is a teacher. Okay, but I don't want to get into. It doesn't matter what you believe. If it works for you and it's coming from the heart and from love, to me God is love, right? And so when you say, I believe everything you say, and because I know that nothing, nothing, it doesn't matter what you have, if you have everything, people are still not satisfied because we have this void in us. Now, it's interesting what you said, that we were born with this void. You see, again, I don't believe that. I believe certain people, like for myself, for example, I lost my brother in the womb. So I was born like a half a person. When I came out like half. And then we go through hell, we go through all these things that happen to us. I'm not sure if I necessarily believe that we come here with the void, because I think that, because I'm not sure, because it's a big discussion. But what I'm interested in more than anything is to help humans like myself and like a lot of other people to stay in that space where I'm being evicted, right? And the mind has a field day with that, because I'm going to be on the street, at the end of January. As far as it's concerned, there's me and Pinks and Ellie with their little bags, the cats, and there's me, and we're sitting in the car because we've got no home, right? Because that's what the mind and the eyes can see. That's it. However, when I look inside, this is why I called this song Heart Vision, the piece of music that was divinely created and which is starting to fly a little bit on its own, because you have to look inside from the heart. Now, the heart, or love, or God, whatever you call it, a power that is greater than me. All right? That's how I see it. Something that is pure and loving and only wants what's good for me, what's good for us. Yeah? That's, to me, it is part of the equation. Doesn't want me to be unhappy. So when I tap into that, it will say to me, Lauren, what day is it today? And I will say, today is, you have to be like a child. You have to direct it like a child, the mind. And you will say, well, today is the 28th of January, I think. 27th of January.
Yeah, 27th, yeah.
27th, even better. Thank you. And then you can say, thank you. Okay, today is the 27th of December 2020. When are you supposed to be evicted? Or maybe the end of January, because it hasn't even gone to court yet. And then you can come back and say, oh, okay, there's nothing to be scared of. Nothing. Because you are still in the 27th of December 2020. And when you say, you said to me, Lauren, in the new year, it's a long time, 2021, the mind sees it again. Oh, not till the end of January 2021. Oh my God, that's a different ball game altogether. You don't have anything to worry about. Right, let's have a look at what you can do today to get through the day. And that's it. One day at a time. It's based on the 12 steps. That was, I'd say, my salvation came. I had an eating disorder, the void, yeah? And let's face it, when we do encounters, we're filling the void all the time. they're living in the void. All the characters. I don't know one human that doesn't have a little bit of a void. I mean, let's face it, Manuel. If they took away your home, if they threw you on the streets, and they took away everything, your family, your parents, oh, you would feel it. Come on, you would feel it.
Honestly, I know what you're talking about. I can feel anything, but that void has already been fulfilled in me forever, and it can never be taken away. So you can take every single possession I have away of me, everything, but you can never take away the thing that has filled my heart, which is my faith.
Okay, do you think it's because you were born into it? That you were literally
That's a
born
great question.
into it?
I'll answer it very clearly and quickly. 100% no. Why? Because there's a lot of celebrities that have been brought up the same way I have, but look at them now. They're completely the opposite. So it's a choice a person has to make whether to follow God or not. It is the parents' responsibility to bring them and raise them correctly in the truth. And then once the kid is of age, they must make a choice whether to live in the truth or to follow darkness.
Right. So
And I was close. I have lived in darkness, but then God helped me choose the right way.
thank you. Sorry, because again, I like to challenge people.
Of course.
You're saying to me, if overnight, I'm just giving you an example. Your mom and dad said, "We don't want anything to do with you."
Yeah.
I'm just giving you something. This is what happened to me, right?
No, this is good. Yeah.
My dad died, and the whole family cut me off because I didn't like them euthanizing Dad. I didn't agree with it. I didn't want anything to do with it. All I did was try to bring him back and love him. And so he died the minute I left. Okay,
Oh, wow.
without going into, they took his water away from him, and I don't, but what I'm saying to you, okay, I've forgiven everyone. It's not. I know why it all happened, and Dad is very happy now. Dad, it's all gone. But what I'm saying to you is a human, and humans make mistakes, and that's why I'm able to forgive, because humans make mistakes. That they are anything but perfect. But what I'm saying to you, Manuel, right? Here's a scenario. I don't believe for 1 minute that you can actually put yourself into a situation where overnight your mum and dad say, "That's it, we don't love you anymore, get out. We don't want you at all," right? Suddenly it's like this huge betrayal because you're human, okay? You have an ego, you have a mind, and because there are people that are going through it, and I'm the kind of person I have a lot of empathy for everybody now. And I will always say to people that I will always forgive people, not unless they've done something, which I'm not going to go into it, with children or innocence or whatever, because to me that is, you've gone way beyond, But I'm talking about if everything was taken away from you in one day, you suddenly were homeless, you had no work, even the people at the church didn't want to know you. Come on, you're not Jesus. None of us is Jesus. And Buddha and Jesus went through a lot of suffering. Jesus on that, whether, again, I'm not getting into religion. I'd like to think that Jesus was his mind was so powerful that he got over pain. So he got past pain, when he was on,
No. Actually, he experienced every bit of pain. Yeah,
until he got past it. Because the minute you experience it, you get past it. The minute you feel, you can heal. But anyway, I don't want to go into that too much. What I'm saying to you,
I understand the scenario. Yeah.
He knew everything.
No, I know exactly what I would do.
All right, okay. So I'm giving you a scenario where even Jesus screamed at God and said, "Why are you doing this to me?" Okay, and Buddha went through hell and didn't become the Buddha we knew and loved until he found his balance. And it took years in the desert, of suffering and everything. He had to go through loads of different stages of addictions, and we are human. We're still human. We still have an ego, and we have a mind, and we have character defects. Now, I cannot believe for 1 minute that you don't have any character defects, because
I have loads.
Human being.
I have loads.
Good. Well, I'm not saying that good. Well, because I want to represent that person who's lost everything, boom, all in one go. And that happens. Now, we've got people like you, like we had Viktor Frankl. He was in a concentration camp, and he saw the beauty. You love it. It's called Man's. Guys, what's the name of Viktor Frankl's book? Come on, guys. He was in a concentration camp. He was a young man, and he saw the beauty in everything. Man's existence, something about
Man's search for meaning.
Thank you. Something like that. Have you got it on there?
I have on Google, yeah.
Now, he was a saint because he was able to look beyond everything, and he survived the concentration camp. Now, you're saying he was very young, and he lost everything. They took everything. They took his family. Job, I mean, if you look at Job in the Bible, right? To me, all of this is a metaphor. They take it all. God took it all because he was too attached to everything, with attachments and the mind and possessions, and then he gave it back to him when he was in a different vibration, so he could love everything. You know, he gave him everything back once he realized the truth. So anyway, I still do not believe that anyone on, apart from, well, I don't know, maybe you're on the consciousness of Viktor Frankl, where he survived through a concentration camp. Now, if anyone could survive through a concentration camp and come out and have love for everyone, even the Nazis, everything, he found beauty in everything. He'd get up and he would see the beautiful sunset over the concentration camp. Instead, everybody else would be screaming and crying and thinking about the fear. Very similar to what we're going through. I get up in the morning. Wow, I've got Moving On TV. I've got you guys. You know, I'm not going to sit there crying and be miserable because I'm doing what I love. It's love. It's pure love. You took away the internet from me, that would be a bit of a problem for me now, okay? Because that is really my only contact. But I'm sure that the spirit would somehow figure it out, yeah? So, okay, I'm coming back to you now. And again, because I know there'll be people on here that are saying, you haven't got a clue how we live. You know, you're aloof, and they'll get angry with you. So you tell me what would happen, say that day, no home, literally overnight, no time to get used to it, and the mind needs time to get used to things. We are wounded to awaken to God, so our hearts open to the light. Thank you, sweetheart. Beautiful. I don't know how you can cope with BPD without meds. Well, because it doesn't exist, sweetheart. It's a complex needs disorder, and every single person is walking around. I am shocked. I have post-traumatic stress like the rest of us. Okay? And because I do what I love, I do what I love, and that's the answer. But that's me. If you took away the internet and the phone from me now, and Martin couldn't get here, and we're locked down, and yes, the only way I could survive is I'd go into meditation and I would stay in that moment, and I'd find something to be grateful for if I was in a warm house in the winter. Now, if you put me on the streets in the cold, I won't make it. This thing won't make it. I'm not talking about what's inside me. This will not make it in the cold, in the streets, in England, without any, it won't make it. I will fall apart and they'll lock me up. I know, because unfortunately, this thing doesn't survive very well. It's got issues with temperature and, you know, so and because I'm older and I'm a woman, unfortunately, there are differences. Okay, so I'm saying from the point of view of someone, and I've had this discussion with people where they say, oh, money is nothing. Yeah, it's nothing until you're on the streets and you need a home. It's nothing until you want to go to a dentist and you can't because you don't have it. People have nothing, Manuel, sometimes. So coming back to you, sweetheart, how would you cope with it? Because I'm going to shut up now because I'm very passionate and I'm here to teach. And I'm here to give you the questions that nobody else will give you. And you're
Mm.
being tested the same way as Jesus and the same way as everybody gets tested. But will you
Yeah.
crucify yourself or will you find a way out of it? Okay? I'm
Yeah.
going to mute myself and see what you say.
Thank you so much.
I want to
These
know.
are fantastic and very interesting questions, and I'm loving them. So I came up with an answer while listening to you in my mind. So obviously, first of all, I'd be very angry and very confused, very tremendously. But I believe I would not easily. It will be very challenging, but I'll get over that. Why? Because of my faith is the only reason. So getting over that, homeless, nothing left, I would find a way to get food by begging in front of a supermarket. In the meantime, I would get enough money to get my hands on a Bible, on the Word of God. And then what I will do, I will repeat the begging process for sustainability, for living literally, and I would keep chewing the Word of God every single day from the Bible, reading, and I know my life will change eventually because the Word of God makes you what it talks about. When you receive it, it causes you to become prosperous
Okay,
because
what
it
when you
changes.
talk, what can you tell us? Is that the Lord's Prayer?
No, 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 no,
What
no.
is the word? Because the word of God, you know, as I know from the Bible, is saying, "I am, I am then, I am now, and I am everything. I am forever." Jehovah means is the combination of I was, I will be, and I am. Okay, so that's what Jehovah means in Hebrew. Yehovah. You're not supposed to say it because they used to stone you. And you know what? My mother said, "Don't say it, don't say it, you'll get punished." I'm not, I'm serious. You mustn't say the word. You mustn't say the word
Wow.
God. You mustn't say the word Elohim. You have to
Oh
say
boy.
Elohim because they put all this superstitious and rubbish into you to frighten you, honestly. So, okay. So, what to you? Because to me, and this is, you know, to me, this is very interesting because it means that you don't have attachments. You don't have the same attachments as most people do. But anyway, what is your word of God? Because I'm going to ask you about attachments at the moment after this.
So, very clearly and quickly, the Word of God is the Word of God. So, the Bible is the collection inspired by God, chosen by God for the living scriptures, which is the Word of God, the only Word of God to ever exist, all documented in this book called the Bible, which literally means book. So, the Word of God is nothing else meaning, let's say. It's literally the Word of God. What is a word? If I'm speaking to you right now, you're hearing the word of Emmanuel, let's say, but it's not really my words because I'm speaking opinions which are other people. Most of my opinions are God's. But the point is, the Word of God is the Word of God, spoken or written. It's all written down in this Bible. Now, why? If this book, which I call the Word of God, is dead, I'm just wasting my time chewing it and taking the information it is. But here's what the Bible says. It says that the Word of God written here is living and active. It is powerful and quick, so sharp that it divides soul and spirit, joints and marrow. And it says the Word of God is also a discerner of the thoughts and intents of the heart. So you see, the Word of God is actually laced with spiritual energy. It is life. So when you take it in, it is spirit. These are the words of Jesus Christ. Listen, he said this. He said, "The words I speak to you are spirit and truth." Jesus himself said that the words he speaks, which is the word of God, is spirit. So it is not ordinary, carnal, physical information like you would read on other books. It is actually real and active. No wonder when Jesus said, "Heal," to a blind person, he said, "Heal." And by speaking, the blind eyes actually opened, and the person who was born blind saw for the first time. How? Through words. Why? Because the word of God is what? Living and active and powerful. So
Okay,
that is why.
sorry.
So the word
So
of God to me is the word of God.
thank you. So what you're seeing, basically, what I feel is when he said heal to that human being, he told them he only saw them healed. He saw the potential. That's all he saw. He never saw anything else but love and perfect health. So that body, or the way, well, because he was so advanced, it's a bit like people can heal each other. I totally believe it. We have got the capacity to heal each other. A mother, like a child, when a child falls over, the child, if they're lucky to have a good mum, that mum will hold them and they will strike. They will stroke. The pain will go away. Now, I had an aunt. She was my favorite aunt. And whenever I remember I had a headache or whatever, I would sit on her lap and she would touch my head without even knowing what she was doing. She was a very religious Jew, but she didn't know what she was doing. These days we have healing. We know you can have spiritual healing or whatever. That's another big discussion. I'm not going to go into that New Age stuff. But what I'm saying is my aunt would literally put her hand on my head and the headache would go. Yeah? The mind is so powerful.
Oh, yes.
I have healed so many things. I never had an operation for my leg.
Wow.
I healed it by closing my eyes, and I saw doctors. They came to me from up there, real doctors, and they went into my knee and they healed my knee. I'm not kidding you. You see, we have this is what Jesus taught you. You can do anything.
Wow.
So what I do, Manuel, what you do and what I do is when someone is low or if they're not feeling too good, this example is I learned this through A Course in Miracles, which is the teachings of Jesus, and is to see the difference between the ego mind and the mind of God or the mind of love. My father was a talking head, bless him. He had such serious post-traumatic stress from his childhood and from the war. And he really was like that, and he used to blame me for everything. And up until, I'm saying up until a few years, it took, most of the time we had together, my father used to blame me for everything. So if I rang him up and he didn't like what I was talking about, he'd say, Lauren, you pushed my blood pressure up. And I used to accept that as a child. It was like, yeah, I must be able to do things like that because Dad said it all the time. So I must have power, I must do that. Anyway, I started studying A Course in Miracles. I went through my spiritual awakenings. And one day I said, I'm going to just see Dad as this. Not the real Dad. That's love. But this is the Dad that's going full of fear. Fear because he can't fix me. And you know what that did? I kept saying in my mind, you are peace, you are love, you are peace. Well, exactly what Jesus did. But he was on such a high vibration that the minute he looked at you, that was it. You were transformed. You weren't blind anymore and not only that, being blind is not just, it's from the heart, isn't it? You may not be able to see with those eyes, but you don't have to have eyes to see. You have to come from inside here. 2020 vision, 2020, we are being uncovered. Everything is being uncovered everywhere. It's perfect. The light is shining. But coming back to my dad. So I started doing that. Every time he'd ring me up, I did A Course in Miracles on it. I said, in my mind, you are peace, you are love, you are peace, you are love. Guess what happened? Whoosh! Dad became a friend. It's incredible. He became my friend. I became his carer more. I was the one who was taking care of him because he was in his 90s. We wrote his life story together, Emmanuel. He used to treat me like his secretary. I'd go to Israel to visit him, and he said, right, sit down, do your work. I said, Dad, I'm your daughter. I love you. I didn't come here to work. I came here to, I gave you money to get on the plane because I need you to write my life story. That was Dad. He was just so, you see him in Baba Bertha a lot. He is Baba Bertha, that really tough character that she is, like boom, 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 boom. That's my father. He would sit there like a Don Corleone, and he'd say, you do this, you do this, you do this, Lauren. And we all did what he said. And then one day I didn't. One day I said, no, I'm not listening to this rubbish anymore. I love you. And I just sat there and I looked him in the eye and I kept saying, I love you, I love you, I love you. I said, Dad, I love you. I love you. And he started eventually, it became a beautiful relationship where he started to trust me, and he would ring me up and say, Lauren, you're the only one with a heart. And
Wow.
it's weird how the conversation has come full circle, because when they were doing to Dad, euthanizing him, all I was heart. I loved him, and I talked to him, and I sang to him, and I played the accordion, and everything I could to make him feel alive, and I brought him back to life, like Jesus. I'm not saying that we all have it, or every single one of us. And I brought him back to life, and it's on Facebook. People saw me sitting with Dad, and he was reading a newspaper. This man was lying in bed, being euthanized. He had no food, nothing. Martin and I turned up, and I said, no, I'm not having this. Up you get. I'm taking you out. And I started healing him with my love. I said, Dad, you're not going anywhere. As long as I'm here, you're eating. Started eating again. He started telling Martin about football. I've got it. It's all on Facebook. This is a man that completely lost his mind. He didn't know who I was. Overnight, he thought I'd come to marry him. My own father, I went through hell with that. And then the whole family turned against me because I had a different issue. I came from love, and they came from something completely different. And this is the same family now that are laughing at me. The whole thing's come full circle. They don't want to listen. They don't want to listen to what we know. We know that we can get to the level of healing that Jesus did, and we are at that level now. We have absolutely no choice, Manuel, but to be at the level of knowing that Mother Nature and you, your mind, your body, the balance is what's going to keep you on this planet. We have no choice. And that's what Jesus taught us. And the other thing, which you cannot have attachments, and this is a big one for me, a big one, because when I love like a child. My heart just whooshes open, right? As you know. And then the people are people, and they hurt you. And I don't understand it. I don't understand people most of the time. I give and give and give. I give my heart and soul, and I become like, I do anything for them. I become, sometimes I put myself last, and I've had to learn that's not right to do that. And then people are not on that level, and they don't understand. They think I'm after something, and I'm not. And I find that really hard. But you see, I fall in love with people because of it, also because of attachments, because part of me just wants to be part of a family so much. And look, we've created it with encounters, and we've created it in a beautiful way where you are all human. We are all human, even though we are Christ consciousness. And if you can't make it, or that can't make it, or we accept that. And when the show gets to a show, that's different, I told you. The show will go on, even if unless you've got, unless you're literally completely on your last leg. But you know what I'm talking about here.
Mm-hmm.
Is it's all about balance, isn't it? But what I'm saying to you is, it sounds like to me the answer you've given to people, and it's just a beautiful. I think you should do a regular weekly show on Moving On TV talking about this, because people need you. And I will give you the challenges, and I say, someone contact me today, Emmanuel. Someone contact. I want you to contact us, because I will represent the ego. I will represent the mind and the ego. I don't want to be like you, fully like you. I think I do have inner peace. I have a lot of inner peace on and off, but there's a part of me that feels like I've got a different journey. I've got to be here for those that can't get to that level yet in order to grow with them at the same time. And I think that's something that I'm coming to realize more and more. We all have a different job to do. And I think part of my job is to be the opposite of what you are, to be able to represent what other people are not able, will not feel like you. They'll pick up a bottle of whiskey. I thought about that. I thought, well, if I'm put on the street, I never drink, ever. For me, it was chocolate, food, not chocolate, food. Food filled the void, and acting and performing filled the void for me. And it could be that what fills the void as well for me is suffering, the body. It could be that that's part of what it's always part of it. I don't know. These are all, I'm going to put it like identities that we took on, you know? It could be that I need to suffer because I learned it from my mother. You know, she was the biggest sufferer. It didn't matter what you did, she would suffer. She'd always go back to suffering. So what I'm saying to you is if I got to a situation where they put me on the street, my mind would say, you need to drink a bottle of whiskey, Lauren. Who gives a shit? Just have, just go, 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 down, 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 down. And then something will say, no, you're not going to do that, Lauren. You know better. But what I'm putting to you is over the next few months, over the next few years, I'd say, you're going to get people that are going to say to you, how dare you say that to me? I can't do it. And I've seen it time and time again. I've seen people that you gave it to them on a platter, the therapeutic community where I recovered. They were given everything you're talking about on a platter. They were reparented, they were loved, they were given structure, they were given food, everything for free for nearly 2 years, and they messed it up and ended up back on drugs and drink, and because they didn't do the work. They wouldn't do the work. They wouldn't listen to anybody. They wouldn't, they didn't do the work, and I did. People are saying to me, how can you live without medication when everybody else is bombarded with medication? It's because I learned what the truth was. To me, it's love. And every single person is my teacher. And people are going to say, Lauren, you're talking too much. I don't give a shit. I'm talking to teach. I'm talking to teach. And if you don't like it, then go off moving on TV, because you're here to learn. And if you're so happy and you see me talking too much, that means that you are either suffering from not talking enough and you're jealous and something inside you wants to talk, or you just don't, it's usually something to do with us. Everything's something to do with us. So to me, you're given this incredible gift, yeah? And you throw it away. They throw it away. I'd say 2 people that I know, maybe 3 out of everybody, are still okay after that experience of nearly 2 years where it was given to you on a platter. Trust the process. You had to give up your life and trust. And it's, as I say, it's all in this book. Simply amazing. I used every second to try and figure out what was going on with me, and they hated me. They tried to get rid of me four times because they said I wasn't learning anything. And guess who came out and got salvation? Guess who came out and is running Moving On Theatre, Moving On TV, and is sitting here at Christmas without anybody, and is not scared of a pretend Doris, I'll call it, out there that everybody's running around hiding. I've never been scared, and I never will be of that. So from the beginning, I knew exactly what this was, and I put on Facebook, this is your opportunity to heal your body. Go inside and just take vitamins and go into I knew. I said it from the beginning in March, and everything I said is.
Just so you know, I really do have to go now. Okay. It's 9:30, so but yeah.
I want you to think about that, and I will come at you as the ego with lots of questions.
That would be fantastic.
And ask people, give me your questions for Manuel, because you are on a very high vibration. You are probably, I don't know anybody who's on that vibration as much as you. And I'm honoured to have you in my life. I'm on it, not
Wow.
just because of your talents, but because you're a pure heart. And it's a bit like that song, a pure heart is hard to find. There's not many of them. I don't know very many. And your wisdom and the fact that you were in total peace when everybody else is running around either trying to save people like me or trying to figure out what to do. You are in that space. I want you to come on here and without talking religion, without converting people, obviously, like Muslim, Jews, Christians, it doesn't matter. We're all the same. Well, I've always said that. We're the same. That thing, whatever it is not us. We are the same. We are pure love. And it doesn't matter who you are, what you are, as long as you have a beating, this thing inside you that is called love, we're all the same. But I want you to teach people, what do you do on a daily basis? Like, obviously, you need to I do halt, so don't get too hungry, too angry, too lonely, or too tired. That comes from the 12 steps. And I nicked it, my teachings of how to stay sane in a crazy world. But I want to put the questions to you. And so we'll do another one of these. And I will throw it all at you, Manuel. As I said to you, I was put in a situation where my own father thought I was coming to marry him. Can you imagine what that feels
Oh
like?
my days.
My own father was looking at me like a woman. That was just, I never forget it. I went home that night. My father was a good man, nothing, he wasn't like that. I went home, I went back to the hotel with Martin. And I rang my mother-in-law and I said to her, I don't know what to do. I don't know how to deal with it. I really don't. And I cried and I let myself feel it. And then I thought, what's more important, Lauren? How much do you love him? And I thought, I love him more than life itself, my lad. And I thought, that's it, I'm going back. And that was it. And I went back to him and I said, Dad, it's me. I'm your daughter. I haven't come to marry you. Martin is my husband. And I showed him the ring. He said, oh, you must stay with him. And we started to laugh. We used humor because I swear to God, that was the most painful thing. I've never. How can that happen when your own dad overnight doesn't know who you are? And I'm okay with it. And all I did was love him. And then I was able to see it from above, and I was able to be around him. And do you know what, Manuel? My gratitude to God and to everything was to be able to look after my father, to be able to be there with him for the last few months of his life, to celebrate his 95th birthday with him. Do you know what? If he'd been with me, he'd be here now. I have no doubt, because I loved him so much, I wouldn't have let him go through anything that he went through. It's all questionable what my father went through. No one tells me. I know what I know. But what I'm saying to you is the gift that any gift that a child can get, the biggest gift is to be able to turn around the fact, if you had a parent that, it doesn't matter, even if they didn't love you. And I had a very controlling, possessive, lunatic dad who wouldn't let me breathe, and a mother who didn't love me. But the minute you become their parents, you become the elder, you just fall in love with life. It was the happiest time of my life, and the best time I ever had with Dad was when I was there taking care of him, talking to him about heaven, talking to him about moving on because he was scared, singing with him, teaching him how to eat again, teaching him how to read, talking to him, playing, acting. Martin, one of our friends came around and we said, look, Dad thinks he's on a ship, he's back in the army. So do you think you could pretend to be a captain? And we went along with it. We did acting. And it was, I'd say, the happiest time I ever had with my father.
Wow.
Was when I was able to give him the love that no one else gave him, not one of them, not one of them came to his birthday. And so I gave him a card and I wrote every single name on there so he thought that they were there.
Oh.
Because I woke up. and I'm different, and that's why I'm running Moving On TV, isn't it? And that's why I've attracted you and Vlad and Luke, and Martin is with us too around this. The people that come into encounters, and the people like Cara and Mark and all these beautiful souls that come on Moving On TV, they are very, very special Christ consciousness that see beyond. And we will grow our encounters with more people like that. I don't want anybody else. And that's why they're not here. They're not here yet because they're not ready to be part of what we're building.
Mm.
Isn't that true?
Yeah, that's right. They only stay if they're a real part of the gang, you know?
Yeah. And Francis is another one who toured with me everywhere, who has a very strong belief in God.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I really do have to go now.
Thank you so much. I'm going to.
I want to thank you as well, Lauren. It's been lovely. It's always lovely talking to you. So I'm looking forward to talking to you more.
Okay, so every week I want you. We'll call. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Emmanuel's show, or it will be ego versus love, something like that.
That'll be amazing.
Or even easier, how to cope in, how does they say in this crazy world, how to cope with everything that's coming at us. And guys, it's going to get harder, and we need to be very strong.
I'm all ready for it, man. Guys,
I'll see you on Wednesday on Encounter.
Yeah, guys, thank you so much for listening as well. It's nice to have you participate. And yeah, Lauren, I'll see you next time. I'll see you Wednesday. So
Encounters. And if anyone is on here that sings or acts and they are in this Christ consciousness, we want you in Encounters because you will stick around. And that's what we want.
Yes, guys, please
are building it. Lots of love. Thank you, sweetheart. Have a beautiful, beautiful rest of the evening. Take care. Give love to your mum and dad. I can't wait to meet your parents. What's their names?
Love them.
What's their names?
Miglena and Dimitris.
Miglena and Dimitris.
You will love them.
Oh, I'm sure I would. I'm sure I would.
I'm
very grateful that they brought you into the world.
Me too.
Emmanuel, you are a beautiful light. And it's funny because, as I said, you and Vlad and the people that have come to us, you're on a different vibration. So I need you on here. And I need you to
Thank God, and we're staying. We're not going anywhere, Laura.
And you've been there for me on the phone as well. I know you'll pick me up.
Oh, yes.
You're going to have to. I know it's coming. Because I'm not there yet. Lots of love. Bye, darling. Take care. Thank you. Bye-bye. Lots of love. Bye. Right. So it's funny because last time I brought Emmanuel on, I said we brought the light. Emmanuel, do you know what that name means? Emmanuel means God is with us. And God is with us. You have to agree. That is a very, very high vibrational being. And or light being, and we need him more and more. So we're going to create a show, and it's going to be weekly, so join us and hear more of his wisdom, because today I wanted to bring him into a space to show him I do not want to stand above anyone and say I'm better than you or that he is better than you, and therefore we would survive. I am admitting that I don't think I would. Sorry. I don't think I could survive on the streets without a home in the cold weather in England. I just don't think I could do it. So I need to learn, as we all do. And so Emmanuel is a good teacher. And Emmanuel, as I said, the name is Hebrew, means God is with us. Emmanuel is with us, is us. El is God. God is with us. All right, Emmanuel. So thank you for joining us. I'm going to get this edited now quickly and get it on as soon as possible. In the meantime, I'm going to put something on for you from last night. And I've got to go and make some dinner because I haven't had anything to eat. So I'm going to put something on for you to keep you for a little while watching from the videos that we made, because I've been downloading and creating videos for you as much as possible. Let me see. What can I put on for you? What can I put on for you? Talking about my father, I'm just wondering. I did have some videos from Dad where he spoke about his book. Wondering whether we should put that on. See what comes up. Whatever comes up here, I shall put on for you. I want to put on a program that will go on for a while because I have to go and make some food. I haven't had a meal today. Except that beautiful salad from Abel and Cole. Absolutely gorgeous. I tell you what, why don't I put on Encounters? As Emmanuel's in there as well. What will be going on with the guys 5 hours before the stag night? All right, have some fun. I know, Cara, you love Encounters, sweetheart. He is a beautiful soul, and he is talent, unbelievable talent. And I'm so grateful for the people that I'm bringing on here. Beautiful soul, kind, loving. You know, if he was my son, I would be so grateful. Anyway, here's Encounters for you. I know you love it. Enjoy.
Yeah. Oh, you've read my mind. And I know that something's gonna happen whenever you call. Something's gonna happen. I know that.
Look, are you getting ready for tonight? You know, never mind about anything else.
Yeah. But you know, I have to do all this packing, which I hate. And
Well,
I just thought that Amy, you know, if Amy was here by my side,
just
you know,
put it to one side. Just put it to one side there, Nick, old lad. And you know, you want to get down, don't you? You want to get down to the nightclub tonight.
You reckon?
Well, of course you do, because you know we've got some nice ladies there, nice ladies. There might be a dress up one as well, just for you. You know, a special one just for
My
you.
goodness.
You know,
Wow.
and for your last night before you go off to do what you're going to do in the army. And you know, you don't want to miss out, do you? Eh? You don't want to miss out.
Oh, thank you, Sam. Thank you,
don't want
Sam.
to miss
You are a
out, do you? I
star.
mean, we're thinking about you here after all. We are thinking about you. So,
Thank you.
you know,
Oh my goodness.
what I'll see you about what 7:30. 7:30 at
Yeah.
Encounters.
Yeah, sure. I'm looking forward
Outside.
to it. Sam, I
Yeah,
love you, bro. I love you, bro.
yeah.
Thank you
We're
so
going
much.
together. You're the
Yeah.
man. You're the man.
Yeah,
You're the
we're
man.
going to have to party, you know. You'll help me to
Yeah.
forget it all. Yeah? At least for a night.
Jim, could you ring up?
Ring.
Phone.
Oh, someone else calling. Sam, hold on. Hey, who is it? Jim? Oh, Jim. Hello, my brother. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. I'm just getting everything set up for tonight.
Wow, thank you, guys. You are so well organized.
Jim, you need to be on the phone.
Sam is on the line too. You can tell him. You can tell him hi.
Hi, Sam.
Martin.
Sam, you have got to turn on your microphone. You're off. Yeah.
All right.
Oh, you're off again.
Yeah. Well,
Sam, we can't hear you.
Can't be too late starting because otherwise it'll finish too late. You've got a big morning tomorrow.
I mean, well, what?
I know,
what is there some lockdown rules or something? Come on, I mean, you want it to go on till early hours, don't you? I mean, you know, there's going to be a lot of.
Yeah, Jim. Sam is right.
Yeah.
Well,
Don't you reckon?
Yeah,
yeah.
but you've got to be up early.
Fun. Yeah, I mean,
Oh, yeah. Sam, listen to him. He's the voice of reason here. Really, I'm getting up early. I don't have to go too far, right?
Yeah. And I have to tidy up.
Look, I'll look after you. Don't worry. I'll look after you. I'll make sure you get home.
Sam,
okay?
You're so good to me. Thank you. All right. So I'll just relax,
so
right?
I'll see you down there about 7:30. All right there, Nick? 7:30?
Yeah. Let's do it.
Yeah,
we'll
have a good time. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll rock the night.
Come on, Jim.
We will.
Yeah, 7:30. Yeah, promptly 7:30, please. Otherwise, yeah, but
Yeah, of course, of
yeah,
course. Yeah.
if it's too late up though, Sam, it's not going to be a very good first impression for his new officers or whatever you call them in the army.
Yeah, he's
They'll
right.
be all right. They'll be all right. Don't worry about them. You just concentrate on getting down at 7:30, and I'll get you a round in. We'll buy you a few rounds, okay? And then that get you set up for the evening.
Sam,
and then,
you're not on the phone.
Oh, Sam. Thank you, Sam.
Where's your phone?
I'm on the.
Yeah. Thank you, Sam. All right. So thank you, guys. I'll see you just in a minute. Yeah, in a few minutes.
Okay, right. See you at 7:30. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See ya.
All right. Okay.
Yeah. Cheers.
Cheers.
Okay, you've come off the phone now. Thoughts, Jim?
Worried.
Okay.
Yeah, because we know Sam's going to want to be up all night.
Yeah,
Right.
and I'm kind of excited. And yes, I heard Jim, but you know, the emotions are so high now, and I was under such a tension, so I would rather stick to Sam's plan because I want to forget it all tonight.
You want to forget. But you remember, you've been brought up with a very strict upbringing, so it's kind of like you're very respectful of other people's opinions.
Mm-hmm.
You're very respectful of both of them, but you're tending more towards Sam as he's convinced you, the devil.
Yeah.
Capricorn has convinced you that you really want to go out there and okay. So Jim, so you've heard what Nick says. What's going on with him? How do you feel about that? Remember, this is all happening inside Encounters. This is all happening. It's going to be a terrible mess. You've got the inspector coming. What time's the inspector coming?
Well, it never tells you, but it's normally quite early.
Right, it just turns up.
Yeah, out the blue.
God. And so, but you haven't told anyone about any of this, about the fact that Encounters is in danger of closure, and the fact that you've got someone watching you and testing you and checking you out.
Yeah.
Sure, everything's okay. So this is like a real burden as well, but you love Nick, and you could do with a night out, couldn't you? I mean, you got a lot to deal with.
Yeah, I probably could do with a night out, but I'd probably prefer if it wasn't at Encounters.
Sure.
The mess.
Is there a devil in Jim somewhere? Is there a bit of a Capricorn in there trying to convince him to do, you know, to have a bit more fun and to let go a bit more? Do you think?
Maybe deep down.
Pardon?
Maybe quite deep down.
Yeah, because as we progress, he does get dressed up as a woman.
Oh, yeah.
And goes out serenading with Mike and everybody, and he quite enjoys it.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're going to unravel this in you, Jim.
In the gym.
Yeah.
Right,
Guys,
okay.
it was very, very nice to be with you, but I really need to leave.
Hang on. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the book show. I'm so grateful to be doing this again, as I haven't done for a while. And today I'm going to be interviewing Alison DeMarco with her book, The Citizen Cut. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the book show. So good to be here. I haven't done a book show for a long time. And welcome to Moving On TV. Today, I'm going to be interviewing Alison DeMarco about her book, The Signature from Tibet, which is a spectacular, heartwarming spiritual journey from the Highlands of Scotland to Tibet. And it delivers a view on spiritual life coincidence, things like love, death, dying, and reincarnation. So here we have all the way from Scotland, all here on to Moving On TV in our studio here in High Wycombe on Zoom, the lovely Alison DeMarco. So hi Alison, how are you today? So hi Alison, it's so wonderful to see you here today. How are you?
Yeah, I'm really good, thank you. Really, really good.
Fantastic. And so you're in Scotland because it was kind of like all the way from Scotland to Tibet, for The Signature of Tibet, which is the book I'm going to be interviewing you about today. So you're in Scotland at the moment? Or?
Yeah, I've lived in Scotland. I lived in London for a while, actually Cyprus as well. And yes, I'm in Scotland.
Okay, what part of Scotland?
I'm in Edinburgh at the moment.
Wow.
I know.
A lot of affinity. I did the Edinburgh Fringe. I sold out at Edinburgh.
Wow, did you?
I did, yeah.
I thought to look me up.
That was 2014 when we started Moving On TV. A lot happened, but it's not my story, that's my story. We're talking about your book today. So we're going to be talking about The Signature from Tibet. Mm-hmm. Before we go into the book, I want to find out a little bit about Alison. So if you don't mind going back to the beginning and telling us a little bit about your childhood, and of course, because all these influences from your childhood and where you started are all probably going to contribute to what you're writing anyway, and why you got to a level of writing that book. So if you could start at the beginning, that would be really nice.
Sure.
You.
Well, you know, my mother, I was actually adopted, and from that adoption, my adopted mother committed suicide, and then my father remarried a woman whom, you know, I didn't get on with, and she's tried to separate me from my father, kind of bully me. It was a whole string of dramas that, you know, came about. But in fact, you know, when I look back on it, I used to call her a witch. And I think in part, she played mind games. And in turn, I had to play mind games back. But I was actually really intuitive and an inquisitive child. And I used to ask questions about everything. Why this, why that? And I used to see colours around everything. And that was the way I was. But people, you know, called me either bad or the wild child or couldn't be controlled, and eventually, you know, through different things and the things that happened to me in my childhood, I became anorexic. And from there, I actually had an awareness that was what was wrong with me. And it was my boss who pointed it out. And so I managed to get myself through that. It was just a topic that you didn't hear much about in those days. And then from there, I just left home and began to drink, you know, took marijuana, and everything was just wonderful. And anything that had happened to me became almost like a party story, you know, bit of a laugh here, bit of a laugh, when none of it was funny whatsoever. And but it was my coping mechanism. And eventually, I left home as soon as I could, and eventually ended up in a place called St Andrews, and then down to London. And I realised I could invent myself because nobody knew me. I could create a character. And And I guess I did. And from there, eventually I came home. I'll cut a long story short. There's lots of bits in between. But I always had this knowing about people's health or their emotional states. And of course I would say it, then I'd be in trouble. But at this point in time, I knew my father was very ill. In that period of time, I found my adopted mother and my family and realised I had brothers and sisters and met them. But I wanted to meet my father. My mother had told me he was an alcoholic, an no-gooder, a waste of time, and never worked. And eventually I found him, and she fell out with me because of that. So, or I fell out with her. There was another story attached to that. And I found my father had been and was a head chef, a musician, and we were so alike. In fact, my daughter was like, oh no, there's two of you now. So my mother emigrated to Canada, and in this process, I knew my dad was ill, and I just knew. And he died. Because I was at a funeral, my mother suddenly announced that my father was in hospital. And I just went, and she said, you've got no right. I said, well, every right. I said, he's going to die. And so she was like, yes, as usual, exaggerating. And what do you know? Nothing. But anyway, I got up to the hospital and managed to see him before he went to the operation. And he died that day. And I told my mother, I warned my mother, but so that was another, all these things, my son nearly died. So all these beliefs that if I loved someone, they would die, were acting out almost in front of me. And I had no idea really how to be a mother, and eventually hospitalized nobody knew what was wrong with me, but the doctor said I had food poisoning. And I just knew, you've got to give me something to calm me down. I'm off my head. I'm absolutely flying. And eventually a nurse, she said, what happens, Alison? Because my daughter had come in, and my daughter was only 5, and she wrote me a note, and it read, Mummy, please come home. We love you. Do you know? And of course, the tears came, the floodgates opened, and a nurse said to me, right, what happens when a waste paper basket fills? And I thought she was equally as mad as what I was. But I said, well, it overflows. And she said, think about it. So I signed myself out of the hospital, and again had to claw my way back. I had a spiritual experience where I went in this tunnel, and this voice said to me, well, do you want to live or die? Because I'd been sitting in a chair for 6 months in silence. But I'd never considered that I was going to die. I just wanted to sit there because I couldn't do anything else. And I said, well, I want to live. And I did, and I started. And from that journey, I then found this complementary practitioner. And she was an aromatherapist and various different things. And when I went to her, it was a miracle. And she said, so, tell me a bit about your childhood. And the more I talked, she was like, no wonder you're in this state. And that was the first sort of recognition. And then I went to a hypnotherapist. But my whole world opened up because I found colour. And, being dyslexic and having very low self-esteem, I found colour, and I found the language, and I trained with the late Vicky Wall. And my life just became this amazing journey of learning and miracles and new skills and abilities and also almost what happened was I found the I am I was born as, not the one that, people had put all their beliefs and conditioning and everything on. I found me, and wow, did I find peace.
Thank you. It's so amazing how all our stories are so similar. We all get stripped down to practically nothing, and that's what, again, I don't talk too much about myself because it's your book and your story today, but the synchronicities between us spiritual healers, or those of us that are doing the work, like you get stripped down to nothing, everything leaves you, whether with me, it was family that cut me off, and mental breakdowns, and not being able to get anywhere, and feeling different. And like you say, you meet those people that suddenly say to you, you're okay. Yeah, it's okay. After you've been brought up to believe that everything about you is wrong.
Absolutely.
It's fascinating. So basically this all happened to you. And so how did you get to Tibet from Scotland? I mean, it's a big,
Well,
and you know, it must have taken a while for you to grow to get to that level. How did that happen?
It is fascinating. I mean, I just do have to add that when I was 13, I had a visitation from this apparition who told me he had come in the image of Jesus. And for that, I've held all my life. And it saved me through, you know, whatever I've gone through, plus 2 lots of breast cancer and those stories are miracles within themselves. It's almost like I've had this hand beside me, guiding me, and I'm sure most people do. But it's been only more on reflection, you begin to really think about, wow, how amazing. And so how I got to, well, it was a strange day. I woke up one Saturday morning and I thought, oh, I think I'll go and get a new fridge. But somehow, I can't tell you how, I ended up outside our Edinburgh property centre. Right, and it was a Saturday, a busy day, you can't get parked. Oh, there a car pulled out and into the centre I went. I didn't know why I was going into the centre. Didn't want to move house. And anyway, I was led to, I think it was something like the 6th row down and so many pictures in. And then I saw this beautiful house and thought, got to buy it. And that in itself was the process, because I got stitched up by my lawyers on all many things, and I ended up going back to this lady who had helped me, her name was Bridget, get over, you know, my depression and everything else. And I said, I'm going to lose this house. My lawyer's not got me a mortgage. And immediately she said, you'll get your mortgage. I'm hearing you'll get it through the Allied Irish Bank. This house is for you. You will get this. Who do you know? Well, cut a long story short, I knew someone 10 years prior, and I managed to contact them within minutes. It all fell into place. Within an hour, he had come out to see me and got me my mortgage. And in those days, it was a large amount of money. It was something like 130,000 or maybe more, 130. And I couldn't sell my house, and I prayed to God. Then my ex-husband one day said, I'm going to buy your house, I'll help you out. I mean, it was like miracle upon miracle. So one day in this new property that was ramshackle, it was in the countryside, the opposite of how I had been living with my kids. It was just, but I used to say to the kids, look at the beautiful sunrises. You know, we may not have hot water, but look. Anyway, one day this lady literally turned up at my door, and I was gardening, saying, and I was saying to God, oh, you know, I can't cope with this, and I don't know where I'm going, and I don't know, I've got so much on my shoulders to get this place into what I wanted was a healing centre, firstly a house that we could live in properly. And so this lady arrived and banged on my door, and I said yes, and she went, I've come to see you. I know that you've to come down to Sammy Ling with me. I'm like, who is this woman? And she's like, oh, so, and do you have herbal tea? Oh, I said, do come in. Anyway, so she sat down, and cutting another long story short, she said, we're going down to Sammy Ling next week to see Dr. Akon Tulku Rinpoche. So I'm, yeah, okay, who's he? What's that? What's Sammy Ling? And she said, it's a Buddhist centre, the first in the West. Oh, Buddhist. Oh, okay, well, we'll go down. Now, that was the first part of the journey. And on that journey, we were maybe less than a mile from Sammy Ling. In this kamikaze crow flew into, I said to Joan, why is the bird flying at us? And then it hit the window screen. So she slammed on the brakes, picked the bird up. Oh, clearly it was dying. And she put it in the back of the car. And she said, you in the back of the car with it. Ooh. Anyway, we got to Sammy Ling, and I was looking this up today. and it was actually in 1994. That date is very significant, and I'll tell you why later. I only found that out today. So I ran into the office and I screamed at the first available monk. And I mean, it's very quiet there and very calm. And, you know, I said, we've got a crow, it's dying, it's in the back of the car. Well, he thought I said, we've got a body. Again, that's significant.
Oh my God.
He came out and he said, it's a crow. I said, well, exactly. So he said, look, I'll take it to Akon Rinpoche to decide its fate. In those days, I'm saying in those days, and I don't believe in animal cruelty, I just wanted to put the bird out of its pain. So I said, well, why don't you just like kill it? It's in pain. And I don't think he could believe what he was hearing. So the bird went to Akon Rinpoche, but we had a meeting with Akon Rinpoche. And the thing is, the nearer the meeting got, and he's the founder of Samiling, the more hysterical I felt. And I just, all I could think of was this sort of, you know, high lama sitting with a dying bird on his desk that we basically killed or, you know, was responsible for. And we went in, and cutting a long story short, thank goodness, the bird had gone over to a nun to have its last few hours with this nun. But within 10 minutes, Akon Rinpoche said, I will be the overseer to your project, which was the healing centre, and I grant you a Dharma centre. Right.
Wow, so he was going to help you realise your dream, just like that.
Just like that.
Just like that.
I wasn't a Buddhist. I mean, I was just like, oh, hello. So we went over to the coffee shop where, you know, we met this monk we had met before going in, who had taken the crow. And he said, you know, how'd you get on? I said, well, it was a bit bizarre. I said, you know, he offered to be my overseer and granted me a Dharma centre. And he was like, why would you do that? I got Dharma. I says, yeah. I said, what is a Dharma centre? Well, it's a spiritual healing centre. And I said, well, maybe he'll change his mind. The monk stripped his rosary beads. Akon changed his mind. No, he wouldn't say this. All right. And that began a huge process for me of going up and down with plans. And he didn't even read them. You know, I would go in and he would look at the front cover, flick it over, 2 second, no, take them back. So this went on. And so this raised so many questions, like, what's he doing? What is this about? Anyway, so eventually I told my uncle the story. Now this is where this all becomes very incredibly strange. So I tell my uncle the story. My uncle was a dentist in Edinburgh. And he said to me, oh, he said, many years back, he said, a delegation came from, he said, I can't remember where it was. I think it was Tibet. One of them had toothache. He says, but I've never seen anything like it. You know, there was an order I had to do things. He had all this entourage with him. And he told me a really funny story that the limousine was parked outside the dental surgery, and the traffic warden came in and said to my uncle's secretary, that car out there, move it. And so my uncle's secretary said, oh, he's diplomatic immunity, I think. He's a High Lama from Tibet. And traffic warden said, I don't care if it's the Pope, move the car. And in that time, my uncle treated the dentist for who was His Holiness, the 16th Karmapa, who is the overall teacher of the Kagyu lineage of Buddhist teachings. And Samiling is Kagyu lineage, and the 16th Karmapa was the overseer to Akon Rinpoche and the building of Samiling. So these are, now we're making a few connections here. So
to stop you there.
So then my uncle says to me, do you know what? He said, I've got his tour program. He said, you can have it. So he gave me His Holiness the 16th Karmapa's tour program. And I just had it lying around for a while. And eventually I thought, do you know what? I've got no more plans for Akon. I've got no more plans. I'm going mad. there are no more plans. I'll take the program down. So I took the program down, and you know, Akon, he was a very quietly spoken man, and he was, every time I went in, the energy was absolutely incredible. It was, for me, it was almost like everything in the room disappeared, and all that was left was Akon. And incredible. Anyway, so this time I said, well, would you like to see this? I've got no more plans. Because by now I'm actually really friendly with Akon, but I'm not a Buddhist, so I'm not quite as, you know, I'm just more natural. But he was a very natural man. Amazing, amazing person. So I showed him the program. And actually my friend heard him at the other end of the corridor. Well, I nearly fell off my seat. And he demanded to know how I got the program, where I got the program, and if I knew what was written on it, and who the person in the picture was. And of course, all of that, I hadn't a clue. I said, well, I said, I have no idea. I didn't even know that was writing. It's just squiggles. And he said, it's Tibetan writing. It's a message to your uncle from His Holiness in his own writing, the 16th Karmapa. And he signed it and dated it. And he said, this is a very rare relic to the Buddhist community, the Buddhist Sangha, which is a Buddhist community. So, yeah, so that was in 74. Joan arrives at my door in 94. And really from then, a huge journey opened up, because I ended up finishing, you know, I stopped going down to Akon because there's no more plans. I lived in Cyprus for 2 years. And then almost the moment I came back, a friend, you know, called me and said, oh, you're back. And I met Akon Rinpoche the other day. He tells me he's got unfinished business with you. Oh, here we go. Okay. So I phoned up, got an appointment with him, and went down to Samiling. And now that started another journey, up and down, up and down. Why have I got the signature? What am I doing with the signature? And every time, you know, he just doesn't answer. You're meant to work it out yourself. So eventually I asked him the right question, which was, what should I do with it? What's the significance of it? Yeah, I just don't know. And so can you tell me what the significance of this signature is? And he answered. He said, no. He said, I want you now to go to India and meet with His Holiness, the 17th Karmapa.
Yeah. Sorry, Alison. Yeah, just something I wanted to take you back to very quickly of what you said. It felt in a way that something put you just in the right place with the right people, that your uncle had already connected, and then there was you. And can you go back a minute to the significance of the crow? Because isn't the crow a lot to do with death? Isn't there a symbolism of death in some way? Can you go back to that? Why do you think that happened? That crow actually died in front of you, or nearly died in front of you? Is there a significance there? Are you leading to it?
I think you're an incredible interviewer. and I think you're very, very intuitive, right?
I do tend to know what's coming next. I've had, hang on.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. And you know, it's amazing when you meet like-minded people who think, you know, who are awake, because so many people I tell the story to, they totally miss the crow.
No, the crow is very important, and not only the crow, but what resonates with me, which will with a lot of people, is my massive recovery, because I was diagnosed with serious borderline personality disorder, which I don't believe in. It's post-traumatic stress. But I had been studying A Course in Miracles for years, and the psychiatrist that saw me knew I wouldn't take medication. So she offered me an alternative therapeutic community where you don't use medication. And that was it. That's how I had my massive awakening. So everything was constructed. Everything led to it. And I can see it. But anyway, let's get back to you, Alison. So it's about the crow.
Well, I think honestly, I do think you're amazing to pick up on that, because I would say 99% of people will not pick up on that. And so the question that you asked me is the answer, or one of the answers. of this journey, and I didn't find out anything about the crow, and I'm now going on a different direction until many years later when I began to write the book. And again, that's another story, but the crow. And yes, why did Akon Rinpoche say he'd be the overseer and grant me a Dharma Center? All about the crow, in my opinion. This is my opinion, this is not Akon's. I never asked him. When I was researching many, many years later, sort of almost 2/3 of the way through the book, I kept thinking, what's the crow? There has to be a significance of this crow, because I've begun to write about the crow again. And I researched it. Now, firstly, for a long time, I had the word Drakkar in my head, Drakkar. So when my son was born, I said to my husband, I want him to be called Drakkar. And my husband's like, no chance, not happening. So we ended up, we called him Darrell. So I thought, right, well, the house in the country, I'm going to call it Drakkar. So this Drakkar had lived with me for a long time, the name. So the crow, I researched the crow, and the Buddhists believe it's a reincarnate Lama who is giving a message or alerting. And because the main deity, Milarepa, is represented by the crow. Now, many years later, when I was still researching, this book took 10 years. I was still looking at different things at different points that I wanted to know. It didn't all come at once. And Milarepa, his retreat where he was Milarepa apparently, and I hope I get this all right, is the first enlightened being in a lifetime. And he would meditate in a cave. And the cave was called Drakkar. So, there was all these interwoven little snippets that really didn't come to light till much, much later. Now, my son, when he was 13, well, I won't go into story, but suffice to say, he decided he was going to become a hermit. He was going to live in the Highlands of Scotland, and he was going to write music and poetry, just as Milarepa did. Wow. However, my son is not going to wear any of that. Even when I told him I was going to call him Drakkar. No. So,
okay. Can I take it back again to the crow? Because my intuition is working here, okay? In the book, you talk about dying. You talk about the whole thing is a lot about dying and reincarnation. Now, you said in the beginning that one of your biggest fears were loss, that everyone you loved would die. So is that what one of your journeys was? Do we have to confront that big issue in order to go out there, in order to have this awakening, so that we can actually tell the human race, what they don't know, so we can enlighten them in some way? Because that kind of resonates with me with what you were saying before.
Yes, I'm saying yes. And I think what happened was, for a long time, I didn't lose my faith. I never lost my faith. I just didn't really acknowledge it. And I think coming sort of almost full circle, and then coming to the Buddhists and coming to a space where you learn, you begin to understand life, you wake up, and then you look at these things instead of in a sleep state, and you do it because you're consciously aware of your thinking. So when I was asleep, I would fear death because I didn't have the information, I didn't have the knowledge, I was running patterns. Everybody around me and beliefs that I loved had died, including my adopted mother, etc. So I had all these beliefs, but I think, when I came back and I found this, I really did wake up and I found spirituality again. Then I found the way I look at it is Jesus, and I found God. But I also learned the spiritual side to a degree of Buddhism. Didn't become a Buddhist because I like to say I'm non-denominational, but I think when you have this knowledge, it's knowledge that we lack that causes fear, and it's our thinking. When we can control our thinking, which is, you know, that chatterbox, it just goes on and on and on and on, then when we can control that, or understand it, or be able to stop it, just to give us a little rest, I came to that point of the faith that there is life after death in me, and that what I also know is that the researchers have found that at this moment of conception, there's a spark of light. And many, many people who have passed over have to, you know, have come back, have said they saw the light. And we know the Bible says in the beginning there was light. So light surrounds us, and we are light. We have an electromagnetic field. And the more light we are, then the more able to understand that that's where we'll return to. Almost like when I do my readings, I get messages from people who've passed on that I couldn't possibly know. So there is this energy. It's waves and waves of different vibrations of energy, and we can tap into them.
So you see, I didn't know when I interviewed you that we were going to get into, I'd say, the biggest reason that people have gone into such panic and fear is the fear of death. I think it's the biggest fear there is, and if we were born to embrace it, and I was thinking about, when I did my talk before, about how they shoot Bambi's mother. When you're a child, you go to see a film, and the first thing they show you death and violence, but they don't explain it to you that, you know, she doesn't come back as an angel. She doesn't come back as something positive. It's a shock to a tiny child. And that's how we're brought up. I wasn't allowed to even talk about death because there was so much in my mother's life that it was banned. The word death and the word shit were two things that we were not allowed to talk about or even say in the house. So when I decided to do this interview with you, I never realized that this was actually going to be touching on, I'd say, the main reason that the world has gone mad is the fear of death. It takes you right back. It's such a helplessness because we don't know. So what I'm interested in is, in the book where you talk about this, can you talk a little bit about what's in the book about dying and reincarnation and all the issues that people just don't know? I mean, you get people that say they've had experiences and they know. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen to me. I think I've experienced things, and I'd like to think that I would move on in a positive way, or I don't know, maybe I'd come back again and experience the chaos, which I really don't want to. Go to another planet, ideally. But no, coming back to what I really want to ask is, how can you explain it? What do you want to say about that? What experiences did you have that may be able to help a lot of people that are in so much fear? I'm not scared of dying for standing up for humanity anymore. I've gone past that now. And I think a lot of people have, because you know, it's obvious now. But a lot of people are so scared of losing their lives that they would rather be stuck and believe what they're told than to even take a glimpse into what that light is. So what is death? What is death in layman terms? What do you feel your experiences of that truth? What is it?
Well, I think for me, it's a huge subject, and it's not one I would say that is easy explained. But from my point of view, I have to say, I mean, I've nearly died quite a few times, twice with cancer. But I think you have, when you're in that situation, you do have to wake up, and you almost fear it in the moment. And then I came to a realization, almost that to trust the process. And as it was, miracles happened on that journey. But your question about death, I've come to understand it's almost like my faith. So firstly, I've got my faith, and I believe in God, in the energy. And the second thing is, with these scientists having found a link, a spark of light at conception. We know scientifically that light contains all information. We also know that we're brought up not as the person that we truly are, because we take on board other people's behaviors, beliefs, conditioning. So if we can get ourselves back to who we truly are and find our purpose, know our personality, know everything about us, and find our purpose, and look out to, you know, stand up to help other people. My mission is to help the Tibetan people after the Chinese invasion. And again, a very delicate subject. So for me, it's my belief in God and that spark of light in the beginning and the spark of light when we pass over. Now, what I do is I do this sort of breathing technique, and it actually brings your mind into your body. Now it's a strange thing for me, because we go around just really expecting our body and knowing that our body does everything for us. But when we really but when we stop the thinking and we get into the mind, not the thinking, we get into the mind that's within the body, we feel our body as almost a light energy. Now, we know that when we pass over, the body dies, the heart stops, there is no more functioning. So I think you have to look at your beliefs to say, so where does the mind go? Because we know all these highly trained lamas and other guru figures can take their mind out of their body. They can move. They can separate from their body. They can look down on the body. People who have passed over and come back look down on their body. So we have to then look at it through our own beliefs and learn and see what does happen or what possibilities do happen. And so I think for me, my belief is we come in with a spark of light, we go out with that spark of light. And within that spark of light, it's unique to us in this lifetime. And it holds all the energy, vibration, information, and knowledge that we've gone through in this lifetime and in others.
Thank you. Okay. So coming back to the signature from Tibet, why the name? What does the name mean? What's this? What does it signify? What's the symbol? Where did you get it?
Well, now, His Holiness the 16th Karmapa, he was known and was seen to perform miracles. This is a very highly revered Lama, who very much like, you know, there is a Dalai Lama, but His Holiness the 16th Karmapa, he's the 16th because he's reincarnated from the 15th. So this lineage has got all the teachings, high teachings, I mean, teachings that would be beyond my comprehension of the mind, etc. And he was the teacher to Akon Rinpoche in Tibet. And so there's another link. And Akon Rinpoche escaped Tibet over the Himalayas through these horrendous conditions. 300 of them, he was in a party of 300 and only 13 made it. And I believe I'm saying the right thing, that they were the high lamas that had trained their minds to survive with no food through the minus whatever 30, 40, 50 conditions, and also pursued by the Chinese. So, so when he came to Scotland, is now my belief, he left his signature for a purpose. This is all planned. They can see the future. These people, I've had experience, I'm talking from experience. They are absolutely incredible people.
And when you say he left his signature, can you explain what you mean by that?
Yes, so he sat, when he went to my uncle, out of all the dentists in Edinburgh, he could have gone to, he chose my uncle, right, from possibly a list of a few people that were given from the embassy. He had toothache, you know, he came here, I believe, on the 74 tour, I believe he knew he was leaving his signature. Now, I also believe, I've got a feeling, I think I'm right in saying that they used to have like a stamp, a seal, or, but anyway, he personally signed and wrote in his own handwriting a message of thanks to my uncle, and signed and dated it. Therefore, he's saying, I'm leaving my signature here.
Okay.
Why did he do it? Well, you know, but we know also two things. I know as well is that the Chinese invaded. They destroyed a lot of his signatures, a lot of his paperwork. We also know that there is the Kamapa controversy, which was that the Chinese put in another Kamapa as the 17th. So when the 16th Kamapa died, in fact, it was Akon Rinpoche was one of the people who had to go and find this young boy who was the reincarnation of the 16th Kamapa.
Wow.
And there's a very interesting story that I did read in a book, so I'm just repeating it. That Akon Rinpoche had asked the 16th Kamapa, how am I going to recognize you? And the 16th Kamapa had said that he would give him a tooth.
Oh, right.
That would be between those two. It is recorded in a book. And when Akon Rinpoche did eventually meet with him, the little boy gave him a tooth. And that's why he recognized this, or not, that's not why, he recognized the 17th Kamapa based on information that he had, that the 16th Kamapa had left.
Mm.
There's a court case because the Chinese put in their own Kamapa. So there is now two Kamapas who live in India. Now, this is, so here we come in, I now have a signature and a handwritten message in His Holiness the 16th Kamapa's handwriting, and Akon Rinpoche tells me to take it to the 17th Kamapa. So when, again, I'm not really thinking too much about this or why, I just decide to go. By a miracle, my son decides to come, which is very unusual for him to want to have travelled anywhere with me. But we go, and this is fascinating because we go to visit His Holiness in, you know, where he is at his monastery, and there's armed guards. And, you know, my son, whether it was from the aeroplane that looked like it was polyfillered up, it was Buddha Air actually, and from, you know, the kamikaze, the drivers, it was just, my son kept saying, we're going to die, we're going to die. And I kept saying, well, that's part of it, it's fine, we're totally fine, don't worry about it. So when he saw the armed guards, he's like, this is it. So I just walked up to them and I said, I've got a very important document to show His Holiness the 17th Kamapa, Dr. Akon Tuku Rinpoche sent me. So eventually they sent down the secretary to His Holiness, who said, well, you can show me the document. I says, no, I can't. It's only to show His Holiness the 17th. He said, well, 3 weeks. I said, no. I said, no. I said, I'm returning to Scotland in 2 days. I need to see him tomorrow. And so he wrote it in his book. So he said, right, come back here at 11. So my son, we left and we went back the next day, and the armed guards, we don't recognize you. You don't have an appointment. You're not all. I said, don't even go there. No. I said, I'm here on a mission. I said, where's the secretary? I need to see the secretary, blah, blah, blah. And anyway, we got to see His Holiness the 17th Kamapa, and that, I just never experienced anything like this. The energy was, and he was sitting, and I don't really know the Buddhist protocol, but I thought you were meant to be lower than him, but he was sitting really low. So, and he's with us, and I think an interpreter, and his energy is beyond. And I thought, well, I'm going to start laughing. So I said, well, look, I said, Dr. Akon Tuku Rinpoche sent me. I have this tour program of yourself. Oh, well, the 16th, which is what, anyway, would you like to see it? And he's like, yeah. So I had to bring it over, and I took it over, and then I sat back down, and he turned to the interpreter, he stares at the program, because in theory, that should be his signature. that should have, he should recognize this. So then he said to me, please tell me the story. Oh, okay. So I told him the story. And I said to him, look, obviously, if this is a rare relic to the Buddhist Sangha, what should I do with it? And he said, you put it in a book for the world to see. I was like, wow. Oh, wow, really? But we came out of there. And what was interesting was, we were hysterical. It was so embarrassing. We had to walk down a line of about 100 people who were waiting to see him. We had been in for about 20 minutes. Usually, I think you only get 2 or 3. And we were hysterical. Son and I, you know, when you get ill and you want to roll around and you just can't breathe. It was, so that when we got to the airport, there were 2 monks there. And they said, so, you know, we're interested. How did you get so long? So I said, because I've got this program. Oh, I see it. So I brought it out, and one of them was crying. You know, it was an incredible journey, and
just meant to be. So, I mean, the question that comes up here is, why do people's lives not always go like that? I mean, why do people not get directed and guided in that way? What do you think stops them? What holds them back?
Well, I think a lot of people are, without not being disrespectful, I think they're asleep because they've become so desensitized because of whether it's our schooling, our peers, society, you know, to be honest, society expects you to behave in a certain way. And when you don't, you know, they're possibly either going to give vacation or, you know, lock you up but so there's not, in a lot of cases, we can develop the, everybody, well, don't think I'm any different from anyone else. We're human beings, we're all the same. But by some reason, I believed I had a purpose. I saw this vision that said they had come in the image of Jesus. And I held that with me. And I think some people, you know, you've got a purpose. You've found your purpose. And other people have as well. And I think for those who haven't, start looking, wake up. Because I think we're more awake when we're asleep in our lovely dreams, you know.
It's really interesting. As I'm talking to you, you brought up a memory in me. I used to be a gutsy little girl when I was born in Ireland, and they took me to Israel. And I'll never forget it. I don't know if you knew Moshe Dayan. Moshe Dayan was one of the high captains in the army, and he had an eye patch. And I remember as a little girl, I had so much guts. I don't know what happened to me after about the age of 13. I know what happened to me. I'm not going to go into it, but I was numbed down completely.
Yeah.
In my teens, completely. But I would go up. I went up to Moshe Dayan. I thought it was Moshe Dayan. I went up to him and I said, "Are you Moshe Dayan?" Just like that, straight to him. I was doing the same with Golda Meir. She was on the same kibbutz as my aunt. No fear whatsoever. Right up there, confronting her, saying, "Oh, hi, are you Golda? Can I have my picture taken?" Or, you know, there was so much courage. And then bit by bit, it was pushed down.
Yeah.
And then it's all come up. It's all come up, and you're inside. We're all coming into this space now, this awakening, where it's time for people to say, "I've had enough," and we can see it happening. And I'm very excited about what's happening. I think it's all being constructed. I think it's happened. Actually, the good guys have made it happen for a reason, in order to wake up as many people as possible. Like we're seeing this, all lives matter. It's extraordinary. Suddenly people are saying we all matter. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's seeing beyond. But anyway, before we finish, because I could go on forever with you, so much to talk about. What is your favorite part of the book? And could you read us maybe a small part of the book that you really, really enjoyed writing, or maybe was your favorite part?
I think that's quite hard to know, but I will tell you I've got the book. So I will tell you that
will appeal to a lot.
it's very difficult because it continues a bit. I tell you what I will do. I'll show you this picture. Can you see that? I'm not sure where I'm meant to put the camera. Can you see it?
No, I can't. It's hang on.
This is just, let me get to the I just want to get to the very part. I should have got this organized. Part 2, right? I wrote, so hold on. I wrote part 2. So I wrote part 2 before I wrote part 1. And then to write part 2, because I had wanted to go, well, I decided I was going to Tibet to research this book. Akon Rinpoche said, absolutely not, do not go. But of course I didn't listen, and I went with my son, and the Chinese picked us up in Kathmandu and refused us entry, told us we were spies, journalists and spies. So we didn't get to go. So I had to then write everything that I did about Tibet from my mind. I felt as if I lived in Tibet for months and months and months writing this. But my favorite part that I always found very difficult to work through, because it begins with a soldier's story in 1850. Now this was in Scotland, so this was the first part prior that I wrote second, if you see what I mean. It's the.
How does that connect to the story? A soldier.
Okay, so exactly. So how it connects is that there's a soldier, a young boy, who is living in this estate in the Highlands of Scotland, and he doesn't want to be the estate manager, doesn't want to work for his father, but the local girl who is there, who he knows, he has this sort of affair with, but she's in love with him. You know, they're very young, like she's absolutely in love with him, and she's just like the housemaid, and but anyway, he runs away not knowing she's pregnant, because this book spans generations of reincarnation, and so he becomes a soldier, and he ends up in Tibet in 1901. In inverted commas, the peaceful peace treaty of 19. It wasn't a peace treaty; it was a bloodbath.
Nothing was.
You know, all this whatever is nonsense. So I think, you know, the end part of his story is. Maybe I should read it. I'm not very good at reading. So do you want me to read it? What, one paragraph?
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, it's something that's actually going to maybe touch certain people that cannot be touched. And if you reach those people that may not be able
well,
to.
I maybe need to read a wee bit more. As I say, being dyslexic's never easy. So if I hiccup, I'll just start again.
You're fine.
So it's chapter 11, and it's the first story in the book of 4. So, and we're talking about the soldier, and he's basically coming from the garden. He's going back in, and he's going back up to sit in his chair by the fire in this large mansion. And he sits at his desk. I'm skimming because I don't want to read you all the paragraphs all to be here. But he's got something to do. He's got to write this letter. Okay, so he's writing this letter. He's had a revelation now. He's understood his life, because his soul stayed in Tibet, because another story, he fell in love with a Tibetan woman, not too much, but she anyway. You have to read it anyway. So. He's written his letter, and he's now going to sit by his chair. And so this is, I'll have to read a few, okay? This is significant. Okay, so the heat from the invigorated fire made him loosen his collar. And as he did so, he felt the coral cord round his neck. Now the coral cord is significant as well. It's Tibetan. His shaking hand reached up to touch the amulet against his no longer youthful skin. For the first time since putting it on, he lifted the amulet up and over his head. He'd worn it next to his skin since the day it was given to him by the dying Lama in Tibet, and he now held it tightly in his left hand. Decades of time reversed his mind. Just as he glanced down at the amulet and wondered who had taken it from him and who would take it from him, a tingling sensation moved up his arm. A searing pain then gripped his chest, and he saw a grey mist swirl round him and round him that made him feel giddy and slightly sick to his stomach. His ears hurt, as if somebody was clashing a pair of large brass cymbals next to his head. He felt and heard his heart racing faster and louder as he became the heartbeat. As he surveyed this is the change, okay? So as he surveyed the expanse of his room and all that had kept him company throughout the years, his eyes glimpsed what he thought was a flash of turquoise, indigo and black coming from outside his window, perhaps cast by the light of the moon. For an instant, he wondered if it was possible, but no, it couldn't be. The crow was long dead, lifeless and mounted. It sat glaring out from its glass case in the hall. But I better check to make certain, he thought to himself. And just as this thought occurred to him, he found himself facing the dead bird, looking back at him. Now he was outside, looking up into the branches of the trees that intruded upon his view from the study. What? No crows roosting in the tree this afternoon? Where did they all go, he wondered. Slowly, he crossed the gravel driveway. There was no sound of footsteps. He reached the ornamental pond where the white lilies were picked out by the fading light of the afternoon, and he saw the soft petals stained with streaks of pink and was held in their essence, safe and protected. He wanted to hold the beautiful flower in his hands, yet he found himself encased within its petals. As he felt himself travelling faster and faster upwards, it was now the wild lotus flowers that flourished across the foothills of the Himalayas that he wanted more and more than anything to see again. He travelled across the manicured green lawns of Corby's Glen. Stern and reproachful adult voices gave way to the familiar laughter and teasing of the children of his youth. He traced the path of light from the moon's lustre to the grey stone sentinels that guarded Corby's Glen entrance. With no effort, he was now free of them. They drifted past him, just as they had that fateful dark night all those years ago. For a brief moment, there is only darkness and fear, soon replaced by shivering of grey stone that seemed to beckon him, a wall of white peak greyness that drew him closer to offer peace. He drifted over the whitened peaks and descended into a green that swayed with the wind, the green of the meadows and streams rough hewn by nature, not man. Okay, so there's more.
Your way of your description of writing.
But the final sentence, because obviously he's on a journey, the final sentence is that leads you to part 2, is a muffled voice then became crystal clear. Mi thong dawa bo mu. Si dawa, it's a girl.
What does that say that again?
And I'm sure you'll pick up on what and that takes you into part 2, which is in Tibet.
Oh, it's absolutely incredible. It's been amazing talking to you. This book out on Audible, because I'm not very good with reading books at the moment. I've got so much to do, but I would love to be able to listen to this. Me and my husband sometimes we sit and listen to books together.
Yeah.
I want to get it if it's out on Audible or some kind of audiobook. How can people get the book?
Okay, so it's on Amazon, The Signature from Tibet. It's on my website, www.alisondemarco.com. It's available on audio only through me because the file is so big, but we haven't done it on audio. So it's one of those computer voices that it's about. So it is a huge file, and I'm not technical, so I don't know how to get it on audio or Audible, I think it is. So yeah, I mean it's on Kindle on Amazon. It's on Amazon, and it is available on download from myself if they email me. but how I do that is you know, it's a big file.
Yeah, yeah, it sounds like it. But it's absolutely beautiful. Thank you so much for sharing that.
Well, thank you.
Before we go, is there anything that you feel you'd like to say to anyone at all that may be struggling? I mean, let's look at the fact that you got books done. A lot of people want to do books. They have these dreams. Everyone's got a story in them. Everyone's got a book. How did you actually get yourself to a point where you could write a book? How did you focus yourself? What did you do to make that actual goal happen?
I think it first started many years ago, when I happened to be on holiday, and as you do, I saw this crystal ball gypsy, and I thought, well, why not? So I went in, and she told me everything that I already knew. So I said, well, that's incredible. But anyway, what about something I don't know? And eventually she said, you'll write a book, and she told me exactly how it would happen. And she said, but watch the second book, because it'll go to America and it'll be huge. And also she gave me other bits of other information. And I just so truly believe that I want to help Tibet, and the suffering that, you know, it's hard to imagine is going on, that these people, you know, they can't even talk about the Dalai Lama, or, I mean, it is horrendous. But, you know, and I believe that this book, if it could be made into a film to get the message out there, of well, lots of things, like, you know, reincarnation. And as you said, you know, people are scared of death, they're scared of pain, they're scared of illness, scared of loneliness, you know. And for those people is, look as to who you are, the real you. Have faith in yourself, get help if you need it, and just know that you are so capable of so much more.
Thank you, Alison. And you've been through so much yourself. Obviously, we haven't got time to discuss all the experiences you have. And thank God you're well. And
you.
I'm very well, thank God. And that you are on the path, you found your path through all of this suffering and trauma. And now you've gone out and you've created the life you love, but you've done it because you love humanity. And that's what gets me up. That's what gets a lot of people up in the morning, is this intense feeling like, oh, I've had a terrible day, or I haven't slept, or whatever. I'm still going to go out there. I'm still going to put my part into this tapestry or this jigsaw.
Yeah.
And another thing is as well, is that we need to rest. A lot of people seem to forget that we, you know, we work intensely a lot of the time. And I think this is now also an opportunity to know that a lot is happening because of our work. We sent the ripples out, and we're sending the ripples out, but we need to step back and take care of ourselves and self-nurture. And I presume that's in a lot of your work as well, is you've got to self-nurture, and you've got to learn the lessons yourself, and then go out and teach them. And everything is a gift. People don't realize it, that if you can, I can understand that you would say that your cancer was a gift in some way for you to be able to do the work. And people that understand that are ready to accept everything, be able to say thank you, you know, to say I'm grateful for the gifts, these gifts that were given to me, that were not what I wanted. The body or my, you know, the ego didn't want it. The way we're brought up, the personalities, the identities didn't want it, but we needed it, and everything is perfect. Everything is so synchronized, and I expect that you can see that as well.
It truly is. And I think if people wake up, find their purpose, but you know, one of the things I do, like you're talking, you have to look after yourself, is I just make absolutely do, it's an 11-minute breathing exercise in the morning, and it's amazing. And then I go and have a cold shower, and then I go on my walk, do my exercise, eat healthily. But I think it's also when you look out towards what's happening and just stop, think about everything that's negative that you're thinking, that you're bringing in. You don't need it. Even making negative comments, judging people. We don't need to. We should be coming together, and we should be standing up for our rights, not fighting, not arguing with each other, joining. And I believe that this is an awakening. I believe there's a porthole that is opening, and people will be able to see it if they wake up. Because you are, as a person, entitled to be happy, to enjoy life, and you just need to stop the thinking.
You're allowed to be free.
That's right.
Say whatever you want to say, as long as you're not inciting violence or to hurt anyone physically. You're allowed to say what you feel, and that's what we're going back to. I do believe it. And so coming full circle, the crow and the talk about death, shall we just end with that? Maybe just a little message that may come to you in your intuition. How can we end this? We could bring it full circle with life, death being a circle, and it's all a circle. And you go, you come back, you go, you come back. You learn your lessons, and you progress. And I think we've got to a point now that those of us that are here reincarnated, this is the most glorious. This is the time when we are going beyond all the veils, the apocalypse, but we are finding what held us back. There's always been these questions like myself, why can't I go out and do talks? Why will the media not let me talk about Simply Amazing, about my life, about recovery without medication? Blocked everywhere. And it's like, okay, I get it now. I get everything now. I understand everything. And do you see what I mean?
Yeah, there's
not telling the story they want you to tell anymore.
No, I think that there's a process of life, between life, birth, and death, and we all know it's a fact. We're going to die, so we have to accept that fact and make the most of our life. Because we've got a crack at it, and we can do some amazing things when we look outwards and not just, looking. And I know it can be very difficult, but you cannot feel fear if you haven't thought the thought. You can't. It's not possible. So it's, and I go back to being awake. While we're alive, be awake. Get to nature. Understand that everything in life has a frequency, a color, a vibration, and that you are more, and you can pick up on more. Telepathy, whatever, you can pick up on people and develop that.
Thank you so much, Alison. I think this is going to go on more than one show.
That would be lovely, because I have to say I really like talking to you, because I know you get it. I think that's lovely.
I do, and life has been developing in extraordinary ways that I'm starting to see more and more the progression. But it's been amazing talking to you about the taboo subject of death, which is something they do death cafes. But I mean, I have people saying to me, I'm absolutely terrified of death and I can't deal with it. So it needs to be talked about. And I'm very grateful that this is you brought with the reincarnation. So it's the end and the beginning, things, ending and starting again and coming full circle. So it's been a pleasure. And
thank you.
Enjoy the beautiful, what part of Edinburgh are you in, by the way? Because I know Kirkcaldy, I know quite a lot of the areas around there.
Yeah, I'm out, where would I be? I'm out sort of west, but literally about 15 minutes from Haymarket Station. So you probably know Haymarket Station, but going west. So, but still in Edinburgh, but not in the heart of Edinburgh.
Okay.
15 minutes from the centre, so it's lovely.
One of the things, again, I keep saying we're going to end, and it just came into my mind was oxygen, how important people don't realise. Oxygen is, as you said, nature. And the last time I went to Edinburgh, as I say, I have a really good friend in Kirkcaldy, beautiful area, and the beach, and I love Horn. It's one of my favorite
Oh,
places.
beautiful, yeah.
Want to be there. I love it, absolutely love it. And one of the things I did last time I was in Edinburgh is I went to the MS Centre to have oxygen, because when I was having continuous oxygen, you can go there and you can have it for pain or, you know, to detach. It was incredible. I mean, it detached me so quickly from my grief, the grief I had. And I didn't have one cold that year, not one cold. And this is exactly what you're saying. We have to be out in nature. We have to be God, or love, the way I'd like to call it, love, is given us everything for a reason, to stay well, to have a good life. And the way things have gone the last few months with this lockdown, those of us that never locked down, the whole time in nature and getting stronger and healthier, are the ones that are wide awake now. And we can see what's happening. You can see these, like you writing a book, they are writing stories for us to watch, like a different story every couple of months. And you know, what's going to be the next one?
What's coming next?
I'm hoping that people are going to be standing out there, like we've had traumatic childhoods. They're going to be standing out there with all the sex slaving and, you know, bringing back the innocence. But I'm going to finish there because I'm diversifying now. It's been wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
There, and we'll go and find the book. Thank you so much for coming on so quickly. You know, when I did this in the past, it was so difficult for me to get people. And now I can get guests just like that. Brad Yates on, boom, you know, tapping. There's a few people I'm trying to get on here. Apparently Donald Trump. I'd love
that would be a joy.
Yeah, I'd love to. But who knows if it's meant to be.
It will be. And it's some, you know, I believe it. We just work in this amazing energy, and actually we don't need to control it. We just need to be open to it, and we just need to put the thoughts out there. And I mean, I pray, and at the moment I'm praying that someone will make this book into a film. I believe in that because I believe it for the right reasons. So, you know, I've just been on this miracle journey and we'll see what happens.
It's fantastic. Well, if you need any actors or any music, I'm there.
I need someone to come along. You know, we need to get to, you know, all these famous people who are Buddhists, who are actors, who would say, I'm going to do this for the cause. I know how to put this together for Tibet. And because I think that's, the Dalai Lama said he's living another 20 years and he will return to Tibet, and I believe him.
I mean, you've got a similar situation with the Falun Dafa as well, the one beautiful meditators that have been slaughtered for their organs. But it's all coming up, and we will get, you know, this is the platform for us to bring it all together, bring all your dreams together.
That's right.
We'll go out there and we make a better world with a new media.
Absolutely. It's
Thank you
wonderful.
so much, Alison. I hope we meet soon. So, as Alison has done, you can go out and write your book. You've all got a book in you. You've all got an amazing story. And now it's your time to go out there and come from your passion. And you've got a platform, whoever you are. Even if you've written a few chapters, you're welcome on here to give you the inspiration to carry on. So thank you again, Alison. It's been lovely, and speak to you soon, and really, really have a beautiful life. Protect yourself and go forward, because I believe that you are protected, obviously, from what you've told us. You are protected, and what you're doing is, you have a journey, and all of our journeys are fitting together at long last. They're all fitting together, and there will be a space for every humanitarian cause. It's all going to come together in one package, in one voice.
Absolutely.
And because there will be the new vibration that's coming in, it's not going to be possible to have anything but love. So anything that isn't love will just disappear. It's just
Absolutely.
and the messages that need to come out, as we are the messengers of light, and that's what this program is called, Messages of Light, Who Do You Think You Are, as well as the book show, as I say, it's probably going to go on both, are here to give that message, to do our work, to give that message, and then step back, take away our past and our trauma and any beliefs. Well, you obviously have been going very much forwards with that, so a lot has come off of you. And just see the magic unfold, see the synchronicity happen. Yes, protect yourself with a shield. I do the violet flame, protection, and that's it. We do our work. So take care, lots of love, and I'll be in touch soon. Take care. Thank you, Alison.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hey guys, welcome to Moving On TV. And today, oh my God, I look like Anna Brown. Oh my God, I didn't know if I could do it, but there you go. Oh God. One of the best things about Lauren is that she's an actress and she can have so much fun with the acting. I'm talking about Lauren now in the third tense because Lauren isn't real. Lauren is just an identity. Lauren is just a personality. I mean, look at that. Look at that hair. 20 quid, guys. 20 quid. Look at it. Isn't it gorgeous? Anyway, I do. I look like Anna Brown. I really didn't think that that could ever happen. And she's stunning. And I am sometimes the opposite of Anna Brown. It's so funny. But there you go today. Anyway, I'm not on here to show, well, I am on here to show ego, because when I show ego, then you have permission to be in your ego and be whatever you want to be. But what I'm really here today is to say to people, particularly those like me that don't want to get up in the morning, that I know how you feel. That I know how you feel. And I come on here with lessons that I learn on a daily basis now. And so the awakening is for you, but the awakening is for me. The awakening is for me because when I go on Moving On TV, as I say, when this goes on at night, and I sit there and I watch it, I think, wow, Lauren, you got through the day. I am so proud of you. What did you do today? You did an awakening to help people. Well done. You ate. You didn't get too hungry, too angry, too lonely, or too tired. I'm just a girl, Lauren. You did your visualizations. You got yourself ready for the eviction, the move. Let's not call it an eviction. You discussed everything and you set goals. You spoke to the people that are going to get you on a mentorship program. There's some incredible things coming into my life that I can't really tell you too much until they're actually happening. And you organize, I've got live for tomorrow. The only thing I haven't done yet is dance. You see, I don't want to get up. I don't want to face the madness. I don't want to face the fear, the fact that you're being locked down again. I don't want to face the loneliness. The ego doesn't want to face anything. Doesn't want to face anything. I am not in the vibration of Anna Brown. The body may look at it, look a bit like her today, and I never expected to put this on and look a little bit like her today. I just thought I'll try this one today because it's so gorgeous. Look at it. I should do a program about wigs, I think. But who cares? If more people watch it because I look gorgeous, then maybe those that only watch things because it's all on the physical will watch me today and learn something. So these are the things I want to bring to the awakenings. As I go through my day, I keep thinking the first thing that happens usually is, boom, there's the awakening today. And so today I met Lauren, the personality, the loud, aggressive temper, the one that frightens everyone away, the one that has destroyed lives without realizing it. Not realized, destroyed her own life. Sabotage. Today, Lauren, that personality, that 7-year-old child, the angry, the one that was brought up without a mom, the abandoned, the frightened, the one that was absolutely terrified today. I woke up in her body, so to speak. I woke up in her body, terrified about facing the day, about the eviction, the big move that's coming, the huge move that's coming, the eviction, the thing that is the most scariest thing to Lauren. And what she's scared of? She's scared of the cats running out and getting lost because there isn't a garden, there's no internet. She's scared of all this stress and the pressure that is going to be put on her body. And I will talk about Lauren in the third person. Lauren, stand the fact that this fringe is not perfect. There you go. I use this. A bit like Esther Hicks talks about herself in the third person. I am not Lauren. You are not David or Jacob or Mary or Jessica or Denise or anyone. It is just your an identity. I do what President Trump does. And people say, oh, you're doing 666. I am not. Okay? I'm just doing this because I was taught to do this to make a point. In Israel, when you grow up, I want to say, wait a minute, you go like that. You just do things, gestures. It doesn't mean if I was Cabal, would I have 1,200 subscribers or 1 million subscribers? Do you know what I mean? So people say to me, I actually took the Maltese cross off. And someone said to me, oh, that's a shame. I really like that. It's very pretty. But people accuse me of being Cabal. There's the fringe situation again. Put it back, Lauren. Make it perfect, perfect, perfect. A character trait. I am not Lauren. Okay? I am a soul or a dust, whatever, an energy that has a lot of problems. Why do you always move your neck like that, Lauren? What's going on with you, Lauren? Because the body, this is a body, this is me. This is a mind that goes boom, 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 boom. You're moving, you're moving, you're moving, you're moving, you're moving, you're moving. I can't breathe, can't breathe, can't breathe, can't breathe, can't breathe, can't breathe. Needles, vaccines, lockdown, lockdown. Oh my God, Trump didn't get in. Oh my God, Trump will get in. Oh my God, what does that mean to us? What does that mean to you? Where am I? Who am I? Whatever. Over and over, this and that and that and this and this and that. And it goes on and on and on and on. Is that your head? That's not you. Can you not distance yourself? That is the head. Sorry. Perfection. Is it perfect now? Am I perfect? I already did imperfections, didn't I? If I wear the glasses, because then I could see better. Oh my God. I prefer myself without them because then you can see inside my soul. Look, me, I'm not hiding anything except under a wig because I love them and because it makes me feel good. It makes me feel good. I feel good. Everything Lauren loves to do. The little 7-year-old. I'm on the stage now. No, yeah. I'm not mad. Very balanced today. Because I had a really good conversation today with my ex-husband about the move. And it was very down to earth. Stop fixing the fridge. You see? Now it's perfect. There we go. The move. The big move. God, imagine having hair like this. I always wanted straight hair. Lauren wanted straight hair because Lauren had curly hair as she was growing up. I always wanted Lauren to be a blonde because blondes have more fun. Do they have fun? I don't know. I've always had fun. Lauren has had fun when she wanted, when she went out and had fun. Nothing to do with the color. Actually, the red hair does more fun. You see what goes on with the mind? Please watch this, guys, because I am your mind today. Am I pretty enough? Am I young enough? Am I slim enough? Am I fat enough? Am I... But it's have your ascension when this is happening all the time. Boom, 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 boom. From the minute you get up to the minute you go to bed. You close, and what happens? There it is. In front of you. I don't feel well. My shoulder hurts. Where's my mum? Where's my dad? It's all my mates. No, 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 no. I said to you, I am the Brown. Not me, Lauren. But today, I saw her. And it was a year of eviction. You move that Lauren doesn't want to do this move, even though this move is coming with a lot of gifts, a huge reduction in the rent, a beautiful place surrounded by green. Say too much, but the synchronicity is very, very interesting, and I won't say too much because the mind is saying to me, if you tell people and you go on and on and on and on and on, you will lose it because their vibration is going to bring them down, bring it down. And guess what? Lauren believes it. And that's why Lauren never achieved anything, because she tells everyone everything. This is what happens. And the universe kicks it out. And the reason the universe kicks it out is because their vibration of jealousy or whatever it is comes in between her and achieving a goal. Not only that, Lauren becomes complacent. And she doesn't set her goals and carry on and focus. The times that Lauren has achieved her goals, let's take the biggest one, which was Edinburgh, yeah? Lauren got to Edinburgh. The biggest fringe festival in the country, in the world. People come from all over the world to Edinburgh. Lauren set a goal to go to Edinburgh, yeah? And everyone said, oh, you can't do that. You're not famous. How can you go to Edinburgh? You're never, ever, you know, some people are going to ask me if I'm a man because I have big shoulders. You know. I did. Someone asked me if I was a man. I have big shoulders. I know. Because I'm a singer and I've developed my lungs, yeah? I presume, and my grandmother had big shoulders, and because I can carry you guys. Small hands, luckily. Very small hands. Anyway, it's not going there. I'm a woman. All woman. I'm an actress. Lauren is doing this one. Lauren. So anyway, so we set our big goals to get to Edinburgh. As I say, that's what Lauren did. And she works day and night, day and night, day and night, small steps, small steps, small steps. And guess what happens? Lauren gets to Edinburgh, sells it out. 100% sells out Edinburgh and gets the best result ever. A wonderful family who are working together, and we sell it all out. The best you can imagine. We brought on Jacob, Donnie, amazing people, Ellen and Martin. And we all went as a team and we sold out Edinburgh. And of course, the wonderful guy that helped us sell it, Charles, his name was, from the space in Edinburgh. He sold it with us. So everything worked. Boom, 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 boom. Synchronicity. Boom, 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 boom. One goal after the other, one step after the other. We sold out Edinburgh. So why? And Lauren didn't, the way she talked about it was, the only time she talked about Edinburgh was in a focused way as a goal. She didn't go out there complaining about it, worrying about it, saying, oh, my goal is to go to Edinburgh. I'm going to go to Edinburgh. Yeah, she said it, but she had her ducks in a row when she said it. She didn't go out there telling everybody her dreams, because the person she did tell told her, you can't go to Edinburgh. You're not big enough. You're not famous. You're not a celebrity. Where are you going to get the money? And she told that person, and then that was it. She backed down again, worked with a coach continuously, got life coaching for free because of her training, and she got to Edinburgh. 100% every single time she set that goal that way, she got there. I'll give you another example. Lauren went out to create, to bring 1,000 kids on at least to the Children's Peace Film. And she worked with a coach and they worked together. She got these little yellow pieces of paper, put all her goals on it, all the little steps that needed to happen, worked with her coach for free because she gets life coaching for free. And if anybody wants life coaching from Lauren, she offers it at the cost you can afford or bartering, and you will achieve your goals. Got all these little post-its, wrote all the different actions, put them up on the board, and bit by bit achieved every single one of them. Even a raffle to raise the money to pay someone to film it. And that's how you achieve your goals. Because you have to have more focus on what you're going towards instead of sitting there like Lauren does and thinks, oh, nothing works out. Oh my God, the move. And then she doesn't eat. She doesn't really relax. She doesn't breathe. Okay. So today's session is about why we don't succeed and how much I feel for you guys. And what can you do that's going to move you on? If anybody wants to come and fix my neck, Lauren's body's neck, I should add that. Okay, so let's come back to what I was saying about Lauren saw herself in a big way today. And it was in the fear of the eviction, which isn't an eviction, it's a move. And it's not happening. It's happening in Lauren's time scale because she has made an agreement with the landlord, who is a very good human being, and they have found empathy for each other. He doesn't want to be a landlord anymore, yada, yada. So today, the fear came to the surface, and it was loud. I don't want to move, leave me alone, get out of my life. Yeah, not towards the landlord, but towards the husband, who's living with his parents because they're separated. So Lauren can grow. And it was to grow. And it's happy, very happy, the way things are going to be now. So all the anger and all the fear came out. Oh, you want me to move now, leave me alone. The body, the mind, I can't do this. Look what's happened in America. Look here, look there, look everywhere. I don't have the energy. Don't push me into a move. Yada, 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 yada. Couldn't do it. And loud and aggressive. Sorry, loud and aggressive. A loud, aggressive voice. And suddenly, guess what happened? He started to get very loud. Not aggressive, but very loud, very patient, very, very patient man, thank God. A very patient man, a very loving man, but it's just not right, you know? And they know that, not right. The relationship isn't right. So they split. But a wonderful, wonderful person, a wonderful friend, a wonderful caring man, who the reason they weren't happy together is because they weren't right together in the way as a couple, but as friends, I think Lauren can see beyond that, and so can he. So they're there for each other, and it's beautiful. Anyway, very patient. He's very patiently, but he's living this beautiful life with his parents, very safe, very loved. Mum, dad, sister, brother, you know, family. Lauren can't see them because of the hoax. And Lauren is going to prove more and more that this is a hoax. Yeah, getting there. And so this man is in total safety. And of course, the anger is coming up in Lauren because she isn't. She's on her own. She's in safety because she's in ascension, believe it or not, in a space where she's starting to feel safe and can see how things, little ducks are coming into their row. But the body and the mind are going crazy from this move, this extra. No, I'm not taking that. I'm not having that. And so she gets louder now. Then guess what happens? The mirror. And suddenly she steps back and she's on the phone and she's hearing him loud and aggressive. And Is that how you feel when you watch Lauren? Is that why you don't watch the programs as much as she wants you to? Loud, aggressive, a bitch, a hard woman, someone who's angry and aggressive, not because she's not a good person. Lauren is a good person. She's full of love. But do you see the 7-year-old? Do you see the aggressive mother that gave no love? Do you see that Kate Shimariani that Lauren does not want to protect that anymore? However, it's there. And yet again, there was the mirror. Mirror, mirror on the wall. And Martin became aggressive, not aggressive, but his voice was getting louder and stronger and scary. And Lauren sat there and she started going to shock. Oh my God, I can't take the ball. Oh my God, oh my God. Just back off, back off, back off, breathe. Leave me alone. Leave me alone, breathe. Just back off, please. I can't listen to you. Just take a breath. Take a breath. And that's when the magic happened. And I said to him, oh my God, you're me. You're doing what I do. Thank you. You've done to me what I did to you. Thank you. And that's it. And I thought, I've got an awakening today. I know what I've got to do. And it hurts. Look, we have identities and personalities. If I say I, Lauren, the body, the personality that I am at the moment on this planet, the identity that is the body and the mind. The logo was, I go on the stage. I do the breakdowns on the stage so I don't have to do them in real life. And that saved my life. It saved my life. And so I would turn up at people's houses and they'd say, Lauren has turned up. It's Lauren's show. Same thing 10 years ago. I walked into the therapeutic community. It was Guy Fawkes. It was the 5th of November, the 6th of November. I don't know what day it is. 6, 7, maybe. I can't be look. 6, I think, today. I walked into the therapeutic community. That was my first day of a massive spiritual awakening. No medication. I brought the fireworks. I brought I brought Piaf and Callas and Lady M, and I brought all the acting and the singing and everything that was denied this body, this personality, the Lauren. She couldn't do anything she loved. She didn't know how. She was the ego had landed. And every time she did a show, everyone ran away. I brought it all with me. They said, you brought the fireworks, Lauren. You walked in on the 5th of November into the therapeutic community and I didn't know what hit it. And every friend that I've lost has said, you turn up with the Lauren show. Now this is the Lauren show. The Lauren show. Am I showing you the difference? Because I know the difference now. Because I'm in the ascension. And I brought that into the therapeutic community for nearly 2 years until I got totally in peace. People tried to get rid of Lauren. No, yeah, the Lauren show, I've got life. That huge energy that rattles everyone, that pushes everyone, that wakes everyone up. In the therapeutic community, people used to run away when I opened my mouth. I used to throw my bombs in there and they'd scatter because that's all I knew. But guess what? I didn't learn because the pain got stronger and stronger. I learned a lot. And if you read my story, you know I had a massive spiritual awakening. So massive spiritual awakening in the therapeutic community. I woke up. I didn't know I was going to wake up, but I woke up. Huge. I wouldn't be here now if I hadn't gone through it. But 10 years later, 2020, I'm going through another one because of similar patterns that I never learned. Because if you can't go on the stage as an artist, oh, it doesn't matter. You're going to turn up with your friends and you're going to go, I'm here. I love you. Because you're an actor. Not because you don't love them, but because it's embroiled in your body, in your mind, in your heart. You are an actor. It's part of your personality. It's not what you really are, but it's what you've been doing ever since you can remember, singing, acting on the stage. It's what makes you tick. And yes, probably your addiction, your biggest addiction. Because when you're not performing, like I'm performing, but I'm using this to show you the difference between when you are in your soul, in your space. It doesn't need to perform anymore. So people say I'm fake, but they don't understand that when I turn up and I go, hi, I'm here, I'm happy. Lauren is happy. The personality is just celebrating everything that we are. It sounds weird, guys, but I am in what I love, and the soul is about what you love, about creating, acting, singing, dancing. It's everything, everything, everything. So when people run away from me, Lauren is here. The soul is here. The spirit of creativity is here, not the ego. Because why would I need ego when I turn up with people I love and go, hello, I'm here. I want to hug you and hold you. That's not ego. It's not. That is what sings from here, from the spirit that we really are. Why do you think angels sing? Because when you sing, you're in spirit, you're not in ego. I'm doing this to show you what the ego is, but it's not always that bad. But it frightens people away. If you made your own program now, whoever's watching this, and said, I'm here, I'm David, hello, I love you. 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 Can you not see how much I love you? Not because I need you, but because it's natural. It's coming from here. I love you. I've got life. I love you. I love singing that song. I love hair. Show it, glow it, long as God can grow in my hair. You know, it's not boasting. That is not showing off. That is not trying to frighten you away. It's telling you to come on here or go on your own program and say, I'm here. And I am happy because I'm in my strength. And I know the difference between when I'm happy and when I'm not. I come on here and I tell you I'm sad. But again, this is not the soul. The soul cannot be happy or sad. But the soul can express itself through singing and dancing and doing what the body loves. When the body's happy, everything's happy. Believe me. When your body feels good, when there's no pain, when the mind is calm and the body is dancing and creating, that is the real you. And that is no ego. That is no ego. That is not ego. So when people get scared of Lauren, when she turns up and goes, I'm here, those who really love Lauren and see beyond and think, wow, we love her so much because she brings possibility. She brings to us what we don't have the guts to do. The people that run away from Lauren are the people that have not achieved their dreams. I spoke to my sister a couple of days ago. And I told her why we never got on. I told her that when I wear these, guess who I look like? Mum, right? I told her to dance. Just dance, do what you love. And I told her to tell my little niece to sing. Sing, because you've got a beautiful singing voice. Stop thinking about my feelings and everybody else's. Guys, do what you love and wake up. And I'm not saying this in order to frighten you away. Sit in front of everyone and tell them the truth of what you really are going through. And if you can, then come to me. I love you guys. The door is always open. My heart is wide open to anyone who cannot express themselves. Come and dance, come and sing, come and laugh. No pressure. Come and eat wonderful food with me. Move with me. Let's have a party. There's no lockdown here. There never will be. Do what you like. I've got an amazing show for you tomorrow on TV. Guests got one that's coming on. I've got to sort that out. Please, it's going to be amazing. You're going to enjoy it. Young, beautiful young singer who is rising above bullying. She's doing what she feels is right. She went to a supermarket and where everybody was waiting with masks to come in, she sang to them. Those are the kind of people that I want them. Sorry, why do I shout? Why does this body like shouting? Why does Lauren shout? Those are the kind of people that I want to bring on Living on TV. Why does Lauren shout? But then look at President Trump, the most amazing man in the world. If you don't believe it, then check out what's really going on in America, what he's highlighting, okay? He's aggressive. He shouts. I think he's the teddy bear. I can't wait to meet him and interview him. But to other people, he's scary. He's aggressive. He wakes you up. Guess who Lauren is? That's why people don't like her. The intention is full of love. I'm doing this for me, for love. I'm doing this for Lauren. I'm doing it for everyone who is scared at the moment. It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay only if you take your power back and you stand up for yourself and you do not consent. It's going to be okay if you use this time to find your dream. What do you love? I got kicked off Instagram. But I'm still on Instagram, Living on Theatre, so whatever. That's the way it is these days. I have to be careful. I can't say certain things. That's how life is. But on this program, I say what I want. I do what I want. I wear what I want. I project what I want. Now, I will go on tonight. The most difficult time is usually night because Lauren doesn't sleep very well. I will go on and I will watch this and I think, wow, Lauren, you're amazing. You're in your strength, sweetheart. All we have to do now is help that little aggressive, little frightened-year-old, 7-year-old to back down. And we have to plan this move properly and gently. Not be scared of it, but plan it. Plan it properly and gently to get to the results. And we put Lauren first. for a change. So I'm on here today, and I don't really want to come off here. I love it because Lauren is a speaker, Lauren is a personality, Lauren is an artist. At some point, moving on TV will be, you'll be able to learn everything. Lauren came here to teach. The body, the personality. Guys, this is a time to shine, to howl, to say, I'm here, and I have rights, and I have life. And this is a time to use your talents, everything that God gave you, everything you came here with, your singing, your dancing, your acting, your creating, whatever it is you do, your healing, your speaking, the light inside of you. You've been given permission to use it. I really hope people watch this one. But whoever watches it, it's whoever's meant to. I will watch it, Lauren will watch it, and celebrate. Celebrate the fact that I learned a big lesson today. Lauren learned a big lesson today. She learned more and more about how aggressive she is and how she shouts. Could it be that the shouting is what frightens people away? Charlie Ward doesn't shout, does he? Very gentle, very loving. But it's aggression, it's the ascension. It's all got to come up in order to be healed, hasn't it? How else can Lauren do it? But I think I'm trying to do the awakenings so you can see the contrast. Watch Anna Brown. You will see perfect peace. Oh, she's amazing. I mean, she's so totally 100% in her strength, in her strength, in her I am. So, what can you do today to get through the day if you wake up like Lauren did? I'm going to recommend something to you. There's an app, it's called Envision. Absolutely incredible. You get it for free. You can use loads of it for free. Just keep practicing the first week. Gets you into a vibration of visualizing what it is you want. Because you've got to focus on what you want, not on what you don't want. There's gratitude on there. There's loads of stuff. You can get it for free. And then if you want to get it, I think it's something like £50 for the whole year. And then you can do the extra foundation. I've moved on to the second one now. And it really is, anchors you. It takes you to the place where you want to go and where you can stay. So if you're feeling low, you anchor yourself, like I kind of taught you. And you think of something that makes you laugh or something that makes you strong. Like, I've got life, or dancing, or this is the dawning, I am Aquarius. I watched another version of Hair last night. Absolutely brilliant. I love it. Until it gets to the end, of course, which is pretty crap, pretty sad. Not the kids, not the performers, not the music, but what they're trying to show us, how we lose our loved ones in war. I can feel it. Okay, so, you know, that's what we're working for. That's what we're standing up against. I won't say fighting, because fighting is what we want to end. We want to end. So get Envision. It's a wonderful app. And make sure you do your holds. Don't get too hungry, too angry, too lonely, or too tired. Put on a wig and dance, or sing, or act, or do an awakening. And there's so much I want to teach you, but I'm going to end it there, because if I don't, you're not going to watch it. It'll go on and on and on. And I have to do I haven't eaten yet. Don't get too hungry. So this could be, again, an addiction or a distraction of some kind. So what? So I'm addicted to wigs. Lauren is addicted to wigs. She's addicted to looking good. So what? Isn't that a good thing? If it helps your confidence, guys. There are good addictions and not so good addictions. Work on them, you'll figure it out. If you're in your strength, and okay, a good addiction is something you don't have to rely on anybody else except yourself. You can get up and you can do it in the moment. And if it makes you feel good and it gives you a message for being here and makes you feel like you're here for a reason and you're helping other people, that's a good addiction. Okay, because you rely on this in the moment. Okay, I can get up, I can put on a bit of lipstick, I can put on the wig, I can sit here and I can do an awakening or tarot reading or Baba Bertha, you know, which I haven't done for a while, comedy. Or you can do something like I did where I contacted Nicholas Hamblin, did an interview about what's really going on with the elections. If that makes you feel good, that's not an addiction. People have a misconcept about addiction. Sometimes, guys, we're not addicted. You know, people have said to me, I'm an addict. And I say, why do you think you're an addict? Oh, I'm an addict because I want more chocolate and, you know, I wake up and I think of chocolate and I go to bed thinking of chocolate and I say to them, okay, right. Who told you chocolate is bad for you? In moderation? No. Chocolate is okay. As long as you don't eat it all day and all night and live on it. Do you see where I'm coming from? I'm not talking about taking drugs or drink, but people think they're addicted. You know, you're not always an addict. It's a throwaway label, just like everything else. Maybe your life has not been congruent, where you haven't had, like we are mind, body, spirit, yeah? And there are certain things we need from life. We have chakras. There are certain things we need in life that because we have a physical body, you're living in a physical body. There are certain things you need in life, yeah? It's not always an addiction. Everything is about balance. Bring balance in and that's it. You bring balance in and you create the life, then you get the life that is good for you. So if I sit here all day and all night and do the awakening, that means I'm running away from something. If I sit here all day and all night eating chocolate, it means I'm running away from something. If I go on dating sites all day and all night, it means I'm running away from something. You know what I mean? I'm just giving examples. If I drink all day and all night, it means I'm running away from something. If I come on here and all I do is wear different wigs all day and all night and do programs continuously from moving on TV, I'm not a saint because I'm not meditating. I've already done some meditation. And that, of course, with life has shown me what I needed to do today. So I love you guys. I love you with every breath of my body. Even when I turn up and I go, hey, I'm here. It's because I love you. Not because I'm trying to scare you to hide under tables and run away. It's because I'm here to wake you up. So wake up and do what you love. For God's sake, do what you love. Stand tall, I do not consent. Sing and dance and act. Because that's what I'm doing. And it's not an addiction. It's a stairway to the soul. I got to my soul, to Lauren, in there through singing when I was 13 years old. The only time I knew that I was more than a body. Sometimes you need to do all that stuff to create and create from a certain place just to get to that area where you know what you really are. You've been put here with talents. They're called God-given talents. Go out there and live the life of your dreams. Unhinge yourself in a positive way. Did you see that lovely meme of that bird that's flying? That's me. Flying. When other people with masks or whatever are sitting in their cage thinking, oh my God, they're going to get us into trouble. Oh my God. Oh, look at him. Because that bird is alive. That bird is flying. That's me. I'm flying, I'm dancing, I'm having fun. And I'm also going through a lot in life. Evictions and loneliness and fear and panic like the rest of us, butterflies in the tummy, IBS, learning. So I come on here because I want you to be happy, so you can learn. You be the bird that flies out of their cage. Be the little bird that flies. Fly out your cave and go, I've got life, mother. I've got love, sister. I've got freedom, brother. I've got good times, man. I've got crazy ways, daughter. I've got $1 million charms, cousin. I've got headaches and toothaches and bad times too, like you. I've got my hair, I got my hands, I got my feet, I got my toes, I got my eyes, I got my nose, I got my back, I got my blood. Don't have a clue, doesn't matter. I've got my knees, I got my legs, I got my toes, I got my feet, I got my eyes, I got my head, I got my ass, I've got my horns. It's too high, doesn't matter. The voice, the ego, oh, you can't go there. You don't know how to do the twang. I've got my hair, I got my ass, I got my fingers, got my legs, you see. Got my feet, I got my toes, I got my liver, I got my blood. Yes, I can go there. I've got life, and I've got freedom. Freedom. Yeah. There you go. The opposite of Anna Brown. Have fun with it. I love you. Come on, being on TV. Join. I've got lives tomorrow on YouTube and Facebook and the universe. And if you can fix my neck, I'm here. Please, anyone who can fix my neck, I'll be very, very, any Reiki healing you can send me. Come and fix it, because I can't get this neck to sort itself out, or the shoulders. That whiplash accidents, but also the body. Piece of meat. Working on it. Love you lots, guys. And this will make me laugh tonight, and this will give me a lot of courage to go out there and to set the steps. And God knows you're going to hear a lot about me on TV and moving on theatre in the Ascension. Join us. So I get aggressive. Well, when you belt and you sing, I've got life, loud. I'll leave it at that. Here, TV1.com. Do your best to still try to achieve. Do something today if you can. Set a goal and stay in hope. Like my name, so we can get the glory. Hey guys.
to do with Google Chrome. Right, let's have a look. We're doing an experiment here to see what's wrong with the sound.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.